Okay, I think it's good. But I am live chatting, play, got it. I wonder if this works. Does this work?
What?
Just taking the link. Just taking this link. Is it gonna work? I don't know. Haven't used YouTube since they updated it, so you figure this out. Hello, Matthew. Somebody already in the chat. I got the TV muted, so I'm going to make the noise for you guys. Okay. All right. Let's see if this works. Will it work? All right. Publish. I have it in braids tonight, so it's all the way back here. Had to do something special for the draft, you know. Last year I just had the one straight going back, and this year it's kind of extravagant. So Quentin Nelson, all caps. It's good. I like it. All right, I think this is on.
This is kind of the pre-game show, if you will. Draft starts at 8.
Yeah.
We're testing everything here at the 7:30 mark. Actually, 7:36.
Fortunately, we got a lot of Quentin Nelson fans in the building.
Yeah.
Please, Quentin Nelson. Please, please, please. Okay, yeah. Let's see.
Really appreciate you guys tuning into this. Last year, this was an experiment. We weren't sure it was going to work. We didn't know how popular it would be. It turned out to be incredibly popular, as we had record traffic for the 3-day draft period last year, thanks to you guys. And so we decided to do it again because it was so much fun. Still trying to get Sucrets and Fluoroseptic as our sponsors, because it's an awful lot of talking after 3 days for sure.
But we're going to have some guests.
Yeah. And it's going to be fun too. I mean, this is going to be such an incredibly unpredictable draft. I hear myself. I'm not even talking.
Sorry. Wow, that's quick. Usually there's a huge delay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
We got it going on.
Bear with us, folks. Bear with us. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, now we're cooking.
All right.
Now we are cooking. 8. Time to blast this bad boy out on social. What time is it? 37.
7:37.
There's a clock on my computer. Could have just looked. I'm going to read chat stuff in a second. Hold on, guys. Just making sure I tweet this out and everything. Ken already told us that the link wasn't working. I know, Ken. I know. I'm fixing it.
This is the link right here, right?
Yeah, you going to put it on TweetDeck?
I'm going to put it on TweetDeck. And
yeah, can you do that? Okay, cool. That would be good for me. Put it on Facebook as well, and then I will be able to close TweetDeck.
You closing TweetDeck?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
On my computer.
Okay, you're gonna have.
I will still have it on my phone.
I was gonna say you're a millennial.
Most of the live cast is just gonna be me like this.
Yeah.
Just gonna be straight like this.
Welcome to our world. No offense, you millennials. I say that with great affection.
Whatever.
I've got a 16-year-old daughter.
He just knows we're taking over. It's fine.
Huh? Yeah.
So he just knows we're taking over. I see you, Ken, with a smile. All right, so I guess officially, hello everyone. It's crazy that we are already here for the draft.
I know.
Feels like we were doing this just yesterday, and it's good to be back. I had a lot of fun doing this last year through all 3 days with all the guests that we had. Freaking out about Corey Davis going number 5 overall. I watched that. Yeah. I watched that yesterday as I was kind of refiguring out how to do all this stuff. So it was just such a blast last year, and it's going to be just as much fun this year, probably even more. Hopefully, the more people we get in the chat, the more stuff we get to freak out about, because the draft, man, it's fun. I know some people. I was talking with Mark earlier. Some people are just like, why don't you just wait and see? That's no fun. We're here to figure it out.
The interesting thing you mentioned,
anything but Derwin, man. Okay, well, no, we got one guy who says Derwin in all caps, and then somebody says anything but Derwin.
Yeah, not Derwin. Anything.
Not a consensus.
The thing that I remember about last year's draft cast when we were doing this was we saw O.J. Howard slide down the draft boards. Right, this was like a top 10 caliber player, but because he was a tight end, not a huge position of need for most teams, he slid down the boards. And I think it was like I think once he got past Baltimore, who maybe had the 14th or 15th pick last year, we were kind of freaking out because
you went early, right?
I did.
Like it was like, I think because Bucks picked 19th.
Yes.
And I think like pick 15 rolled around and you were just like, I got to go.
Yeah.
Because like we did not have anything on O.J. Howard because we thought there's no way. There's no way he would have been there. But,
and just so you know, we
hey, hold on really quick.
Yeah.
You guys are the only ones who can test this for us. Let us know if the mics are either like too loud, not loud enough, something, because I can adjust it, but I can't hear myself. So y'all let us know if like the mics need to change at all. So thanks.
All good, Bay Area. How about me? I'm good too? Okay, good. So the crazy thing was we saw O.J. Howard slide down the board, and we pre-write a lot of these stories, right? Especially when we're doing this live draft cast. It's not like we have the time to sit there and just completely.
I'm not wearing that hat.
Yeah.
Mark brought in a Knowles hat. No, there's not a bet. There's not a bet. Mark's just. You could just hold it there if you want. No, I'm gonna adjust the screen so we can't get the.
There you go. Just like that.
When the pick is made, Trevor wears his hat.
I'm not wearing it. I'm not wearing it.
Yeah, we pre-write a lot of these stories.
I'm not doing it.
So if they were to pick Quentin Nelson or Derwin James or any of about 7 players we've identified that they could take, Saquon Barkley, Vita Vea. What's that?
Did you tweet it out?
I did. Okay. I'll tweet it again in just a couple minutes. But yeah, so we did not have a story written for O.J. Howard last year because we didn't think he was going to be there at 19. He was in our post-Senior Bowl mock draft going to the Buccaneers. But, a fall to 19, that was a pretty dramatic fall. A very fortunate one for Tampa Bay, simply because this guy blew up at the combine. I mean, he had a fantastic Senior Bowl. Trev and I were there. We saw the excitement level that Dirk Cutter and Jason Light had over this guy. Then he goes to the combine, actually runs faster than Mike Evans ran the 40 by a tick.
Yeah.
And so we thought there's no way. So around 15, once Baltimore made that pick, I ducked out, quickly wrote the story, and then came right back in. And once Adoree Jackson was picked at Tennessee at number 18, where we were concerned that the Titans might actually draft
Josh Robinson, right?
Well, yeah. No, they took Adoree Jackson. We were thinking that.
No, I'm saying the GM, Robinson, right?
Yeah, John Robinson.
Yeah.
We were thinking that Marcus Mariota could use an O.J. Howard, a big tight end. And once that didn't happen, then we knew pretty much right away that it was going to be O.J. Howard with the pick, and it was. And we actually had the story up first. We actually hit publish first and had the first story out. So we'll try to do that again. We've got our stories ready to go in the tank. Now, if there is a major surprise, such as a trade down, we have a couple of guys we've written about, but all bets are really going to be off if they get down into like the 15s or the 20s.
Yeah. So I'm just so everyone knows, because a lot of you obviously follow me on Twitter because you follow Peter Report. The second, the second I know who the Bucs are picking, I'm going to tweet it. So I won't say anything on the live cast because I'll let you guys freak out. I'll let you guys watch and everything. But the second I know who the pick is, I'm going to tweet it out. So just giving you guys the heads up. If you don't want to know,
I think we should just say it. I'm of that opinion. Like it's news, right? It's our job is to make news.
All right, I will let you guys decide. If there are too many people who say no, you don't want us to say the pick before it comes on, then I won't do it. But we're gonna do it on Twitter no matter what.
Yeah.
Just it's whether or not we do it on the live stream.
Right. All right. So you got are you on Pewter Report's Twitter?
I wasn't. No,
okay.
Why?
Well, it's because when we tweet it out, we want to tweet it out on that account.
Scott, they're not gonna pick for like an hour.
No, I'm just saying I know I'm getting ready.
Okay.
We're all about preparation here.
Do not do it on the live stream. This is my favorite live coach. Say you guys you are on.
Oh, we're on a slight delay anyways. Okay, that's good. So.
Yeah, but it's like
Please don't ruin it for us.
It's like a 2-second delay. All right. So here, all right.
Don't do it. So say it. Twitter's there if people want it.
I think that's the way to go.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to tweet it out.
We are watching the NFL draft on NFL Network.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. National Anthem is here, folks. So we probably need to take a break here. Because I'm going to. Didn't realize
Who's doing the national anthem? Who is this? I don't know who this is. Can't hear him because it's on mute. Fair enough. Those of us on Twitter. You better stand. Man.
About 14 minutes to go before the start of the 2018 NFL Draft. If you're just joining us, welcome to the pewterreport.com streaming videocast here live from $1 in your place. Scott Reynolds alongside Trevor Sikkema. Year 2 of doing this. Had a lot of fun last year. Back to do it again this year. Very interesting night so far. There's been a lot of buzz about Baker Mayfield going first overall. Is it smoke or is it going to be reality?
Why did Minka cut his hair? I don't know. And I'm mad about it. Because Minka had great hair.
Trevor Sikkema, our hair authority at pewterreport.com. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I
think
the
Giants take a running back at 2, man.
Saquon Barkley, yeah. Yeah.
Look, so from what I was told from people that I know who know things.
Let's just call them sources.
Sources, if you will. The Giants did, in fact, turn down an offer from the Jets, who were trying to move up before they got up to number 3. And they also reportedly turned down a deal that was proposed to them at the Senior Bowl for multiple first-round picks from the Bills, for the Bills to move up to number 2 to take a quarterback.
So you're saying they turned all of this stuff down for Saquon Barkley?
Which is where I have a problem.
Yeah.
Like,
you do that if there's a quarterback on the board that you like, right?
I'm not right. And that's why I'm thinking in my head the whole time since I've heard that. It's gotta be a quarterback. It has to be a quarterback. Because if not, then not only am I not a big fan of taking a running back early anyways, especially in the top 10.
Especially in this year where there's a slew of running backs.
Right. I'm not a fan of that anyways. But if you hypothetically turn down 3 first-round picks for a running back, you're an idiot.
Well, and let's remember, too, this is David Gettleman's first year
as the Giants.
As the GM for the Giants.
Yeah.
There's no pressing need to win right now, per se. His job is not on the line this year. If you're Jason Light, where, you're entering year 5, in Tampa Bay, and you're maybe on thin ice on a hot seat, you might want to look at doing something bold, like that. But golly, to sit there and pass up on all of those future picks where you could really set up the franchise, because guess what? you're going to need to replace Eli Manning.
Eli has already started to go down.
Right.
So for you to look at the situation with Eli Manning and ignorantly think, hey, we're probably not going to pick this high. We don't want to be picking this high ever again.
Right.
So why would you not take the misfortune of what you would call a bad year if you have a good roster and make up for it? You pick a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's just smart GMing.
And you know what?
It doesn't make sense if they don't do that. And number 2 holds all the cards in this draft.
That's right.
All the cards. I know.
But Trevor, it was that way last year, right? We saw the Bears move up with San Francisco for Mitch Trubisky, and nobody saw that coming. So I look at that and I say, hey, anything goes with this year's draft because nobody saw. It's one thing for the Bears to draft Mitchell Trubisky as their quarterback. That made sense, even though they signed Mike Lennon at that big deal. But for them to trade up one spot with the 49ers,
that means that somebody else was calling,
I know. Yeah.
So that's why it just doesn't make sense, especially when there's 4 quarterbacks that are being talked of as guys who could go to the top 10. How are you taking a running back? There's no way, man. There's no way. There's no way.
Who did you have the Giants taking in your mock draft, Trevor?
I had them trading.
Okay.
So I had Darnold going number 1.
Right.
And then I had them trading with the Bills.
Yeah.
Coming to their senses. And the Bills taking Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of that happens anymore because the second we hit publish on that bad boy, it was like, hey, Mayfield's going to go number 1. And we're like, oh, well, okay, cool. Why did you just hide that information the whole time from us?
But, here's the thing. Is Mayfield going to go number 1 or is that just smoke?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what makes this so exciting.
I don't know.
Here you have the New York Jets, and everyone and their mother has been prognosticating Baker Mayfield going to the Jets at number 3 overall. And now all of a sudden, it looked like, okay, well, that's the safe pick because we know that the Giants are probably going to take someone other than a quarterback, maybe Bradley Chubb, maybe Saquon Barkley, maybe even Quentin Nelson because they missed out on Andrew Norwell in free agency. You had Sam Darnold going number 1 to Cleveland, so that seemed like a safe pick. And all of a sudden, this Baker Mayfield news comes out of the woodworks today that he's going number 1 overall to Cleveland, supposedly, allegedly, reportedly. And, what is that doing right now to the Jets front office? At One Jet Place or whatever they happen to
One Jet Place.
The hangar, whatever they call their headquarters. I don't know what they call it.
One Jet Place.
Just saying. The runway number 1. Or in this case, runway number 3.
Sorry, that was funny.
So
that was good. I mean, we've been told that Denver's pick is available too. They pick at number 5, obviously. And I think that Denver's pick is available in both ways. I think that I've been told that Denver likes Darnold and they could move up for him potentially, but then also certainly them trading back.
Yeah.
And we notice a lot of teams that could be trading back.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the buzz this year is that there's a lot of ones that want to move on from here or there. And that's why I thought it would be a good idea for the Bucs to trade back just because the value in this draft at corner and at running back, 2 needs that they have, is so rich farther down the draft. It just doesn't sound like they're going to trade back.
Here's the thing. In my SR's Fab 5, I came out and I said, based on what I know, and we'll see exactly what happens here in short order, but I said that they weren't going to trade down. And I believe that as of right now. I don't think the Bucs are going to trade down.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I'm advocating that position. If this team trades down, trust me, I'm completely fine with that. I'm in agreement with you, Trevor, that this draft is so deep in certain needs that Tampa Bay has, and the fact that they traded away that 3rd round pick for Jason Pierre-Paul, which was necessary, is a great move, I thought. But still, you've got a couple of needs in the secondary. You've got that running back position that you got to fill. It just makes sense to trade down and get some extra picks. But at the same time,
in this draft,
yeah, I know. But at the same time, though, if you're drafting in the top 10 and you have a chance to get a Pro Bowl caliber player or a player that you feel is a Pro Bowl caliber player, and I believe that this team thinks that Quentin Nelson, the guard from Notre Dame, is a Pro Bowl caliber player, that Derwin James, say what you want about him, I think this team believes that he is a Pro Bowl caliber strong safety. And, those are some names. Vita Vea is also a wild card in there. I was going to talk about a potential trade, but I'm just not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to go there.
With Tampa Bay or?
Yeah, I don't want to start anything with some information that we
Okay.
heard about from today.
People are going to be mad that you stopped.
I
stop yourself mid.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm already in the doghouse.
Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. Is it?
I'm in the doghouse with a particular player.
Okay.
So.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. I'm sorry, we can't. That's something that. Yeah, we can't.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's one of those things that. Listen, I'll tell you this right now. Most teams in the league will put some of their star players out there.
Gave everyone blue balls
out there to find out what their value is. Okay, it's not uncommon. We saw that with Richard Sherman with the Seattle Seahawks. Last year, last offseason, they were making some calls and yeah. If you listen carefully, I'm telling you, what it's about.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that the Bucs are going to trade Gerald McCoy this year. I'm not saying that they necessarily. I'm not saying I know that they've had conversations, but from what we have learned, they very well could have had conversations about that, and that doesn't mean that he's going to be moved.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, you can look at some of this team's Pro Bowlers, some of this team's Hall of Famers, if you will. And
are they trading Light to Oakland? Probably not.
No.
That'd be an interesting trade.
Yeah.
I wonder what Light's trade value would be.
I don't know.
What's GM trade value?
I don't know. We've seen head coaches get traded. We've never seen a general manager get traded. And I think you got to be a Super Bowl winner before that happens. I think Howie Roseman has some better trade value right now than Jason Light does. So we're about 5 minutes away from the official start
I'm
of
so
the draft.
excited.
So
I'm so excited for this. This draft is going to be so chaotic. It's going to be so much fun.
Just to finish my point, so there's and listen, don't tweet at him and all this stuff. But what I'm saying is it's not uncommon for general managers for all teams to gauge how much some of their star players are
smart.
worth.
We only hear of certain. I mean, like even last year, we heard obviously like Richard Sherman when he was still a big part with the Seahawks, and Earl Thomas is the same way. Like every player on your team has a price. That's not a thing. We're not saying we're not saying they're trying to like ship Gerald or something like that. But obviously, like that's something that's been talked about because he is 30 and his contract is coming up. And
here's
like every
the other thing too.
Every GM does this, whether you hear about it or not, and whether they want to lie about it or not. This is just good business. All of your players have a price. Like
they get a value,
right? Like for a guy like Jameis, it's like 5 first-round picks, right? But like that's the value. That's a thing. If the Jets came to the Bucs and they were like, "We give you 10 first-round picks for Jameis Winston," that's just how it goes. That's why we don't hate Gerald. We're not targeting Gerald.
Twitter's been out there saying, "Well, the Bucs signed Cam Brate, so that must mean that they're going to be trading O.J. Howard, right?"
I got so many tweets at me telling me what's O.J. Howard's trade value.
But if you don't think for a second that Jason Light has entertained, when I mean entertained, like the thought, not the action, but hey, what could I get for Cam Brate? What could I get for O.J. Howard? This kind of stuff happens all the time. It doesn't make the news. It's not reported about. It's not really talked about. It happens behind the scenes, but it does go on, and it goes on with every team, and it goes on with star players galore. And of course, it rarely happens, right? We rarely see star players in their prime getting traded.
Yeah, because the value just doesn't fit that kind of a thing.
Yeah. So I guarantee you, for example, if this team ends up drafting Quentin Nelson, I could legitimately see a couple of teams calling Jason Light saying, "Hey, just curious, what would it take to get Ali Marpet from you?" And of course, he would say, "Ali Marpet, are you crazy? I've got Ali Marpet,
a lot of people,
Ryan Jensen, and Quentin Nelson."
A lot of people who are Bucs fans are also like Lightning fans, and Steve Eisenman is like he's the king at this. He's the king at going to other teams and just asking about players.
Yeah.
And that's what you do. Yeah. And that's how you start conversations, things like that. I mean, like that's how the Bucs just got JPP.
That's right.
Who thought JPP was going to be available? It's the same thing. Every single player becomes available at some point. And we've just like heard little things that this could be a partner in that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Trade McCoy to the Lightning for their goalie. I don't know if Vassy could play DT, and I don't know if McCoy could play.
Yeah.
You know what? That would be a really good, like, collaborative, like, off-season story.
Yeah. And listen, we're not advocating
like Vassy doing stuff over at $1, and then, like, Gerald doing stuff with the Lightning.
What position could Vassy play in Tampa? Tight end?
Yeah,
He's
maybe
big, rangy.
maybe
you know?
DN. I don't.
DN maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's flexible tech, so he's probably
I know.
got that like bend to him. You know what I'm saying?
I think Victor Hedman could be a hell of a left tackle. He's a defenseman, right off the bat. So
Somebody said
he's
corner.
protecting.
Somebody said corner.
Oh boy, you need some corners, don't you, Buccaneer fans?
Okay,
right?
so like
it's Brent Grimes and everybody else.
Getting back to a little bit of draft talk,
Yeah.
the player that I think holds a lot of cards in this draft is Lamar Jackson,
Mhm.
and I wonder where Jackson goes because I think it's kind of obvious that the big three of Darnold, Rosen, and Mayfield. Sorry, I'm blanking. Somebody just texted us too. I think those guys are the obvious ones to go right away. But then I know there's a ton of like interest for Lamar Jackson. I just don't know how high it is.
Yeah.
So I know teams.
Read these tweets here real quick. We just got to take care of some business here. Read these tweets. What I'm going to say is, I remember last year, right? Patrick Mahomes was a quarterback who was kind of talked about as maybe a fringe first round guy, late first round maybe. He ended up going pretty high to the Chiefs, and I could see Lamar Jackson really getting up there, high. I think that he'll be in the top. I think he'll be in the top 15. I think he'll be.
Who is this?
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
I think he's going to go higher than people expect. I really do. What do you think about Shaquem Griffin's to Tampa? I would love it. I mean, Trevor, we had a chance to meet this kid at the Senior Bowl, and I watched a pretty good fair amount of UCF football this year. Just one of the teams that kind of latched on to. Watched the USF game, watched both Memphis games, and I want to say another one or two, and I mean, the Auburn game for sure.
Who is this we talking about?
Shaquem Griffin.
Oh, Shaquem. And I love Shaquem. He came in at number 32 phenomenal. On my board. And like I'm way, way higher on him and Nathan Shepard than other people. But
yeah,
I just he's a good football player. Like I don't know how else to tell it to people.
Yeah.
Like, what are you overthinking here?
Yeah. Here's the crazy thing. At the Senior Bowl, they had this guy lining up at defensive end, at linebacker, and at safety.
Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate it.
And he looked fluid at all those positions, right? I mean, he had speed off the edge. He could drop into coverage. He could tackle. He could cover.
Yeah.
I mean,
they put that dude like through the gauntlet.
Yeah, they really did.
He just
aced it
the whole thing,
completely.
the whole time. Brown's got to be on the clock right now, right? Because it's 8:01. So,
yep.
Should I turn this up? Should I leave it the way it is? I mean, people probably won't be able to hear it that much.
Yeah, we can turn it up just a bit. Sure.
Who's got the remote?
It's over here.
Is it?
I'm the dad in this house. I got the remote, son.
Yeah, you forgot the wings.
There you go. Mark Cook has entered the building.
We want to encourage people to watch on pewreport.com as opposed to YouTube.
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, just
right. Yeah.
Keep tweeting that out. Okay. Okay, good. All right, listen, we want to take this time real quick as the Browns are getting ready to get on the clock here to thank our sponsor, mybookie.ag. If you have listened to our Pewter Nation podcasts, especially during football season, you'll know they're one of our big sponsors, and they've sponsored this draft streaming videocast that we're doing. And they got a special offer. It's very similar to the same offer that we had last year. Matter of fact, it is the same offer. If you mention the code word pewter when you sign up from mybookie.ag, they're going to double your initial deposit up to $1,000. So if you want to plunk down $100 and start up an account, all of a sudden, boom, you got $200. If you want to deposit $500, they're going to match it and give you $1,000 to start with. I had an awful lot of fun. NFL football saved my life.
Yeah.
Just can't. College football, I cleaned up. I was like the king of Saturday, and I was the joker of Sunday. So hopefully that wasn't Scott, are they trading our new facility for a first rounder? No. But definitely check out mybookie.ag. We'll tweet out the link, but
Would
you can
trade
also
the new facility for first round? No.
This is a good facility.
No, it's a good facility.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm really excited to see how they utilize that indoor practice facility, like for your training camp and everything. Yeah. That's gonna be fun because we've been in it a couple of times.
It is, and here's one thing I didn't think about until Dirk Cutter mentioned it to us.
To gamble. Yeah, no, actually, shoving you to gamble. Really.
Yeah. Yes. Be responsible, though. How about that disclaimer? Be responsible.
No. You got bills to pay? Forget them.
That's why credit exists.
That's why credit exists. That's how credit works, right? You just put off bills.
Yes.
Just go to mybookie.ag. Paycheck, throw it in.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, mybookie.ag. Listen, if we get literally a couple dozen signups, they're going to completely up their ante and really become a major partner for us. So please help us out, and not just you sign up, but also take the link in our stories, or you can send out the link for the video streaming cast, and it's got the banners in there. You can click on those, sign up for mybookie.ag. All we need you to do is just sign up. You can put $20 in there, and they'll match it and give you 40. So it's not a huge investment, but it certainly helps us out. And we appreciate them sponsoring this event. You'll hear that a couple times throughout this video cast. And by Saturday, you'll probably have it down pat in your dreams. But
no more soft training camps, somebody said.
Yeah, no more soft training camps. The interesting thing, Trevor, when we were at the NFL
training camp should look like XFL.
I don't know about that.
Nah, I agree, 100%.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
MyBookie is a very good website, folks. They give you good odds. They do.
If
really
you
do.
get if you get hurt in training camp via an XFL practice,
right?
You just weren't man enough for the league.
Here's the problem. And Dirk Cutter said this when we met him at the NFL owners meeting.
Roger getting booed to heck as he comes out.
They only have one field in there. So it's not like a training camp where they've got 90 guys in 3 fields of which they can operate. They only have one field. And so to put 90 guys and all the coaches and all of the video crew and all that type of stuff, it's going to be for some cramped quarters. So I don't think they're going to be using the indoor practice facility as much maybe as fans would hope or want. And they'll have to do it strategically because it's really going to limit what they can do, because a lot of times they'll have defense on one field, offense on another field doing install, running through some plays. It's really condensed quarters when you only have 100 yards to work with. What are the odds?
He just gets booed the whole time.
What are the odds that Jerry Jones is like piping in crowd noise? Pumping up the boo volume.
Oh, the boo volume.
Yeah.
Oh man, because he wants to be commish.
I think he wants to dethrone the commish.
Wow.
Just saying.
Does he want to do it?
Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him, but no, I think he's happy being the Dallas Cowboys czar.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
This is so awesome. What, the draft? The fact that they're booing?
Me and you.
Or you and I? Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, they'd probably pump in booze for us if they could, Maybe next year we'll do that.
Maybe.
We'll pump in the booze.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a boo button. So if you say something I don't like, I can boo you and vice versa.
Chris got it. Chris is doing it.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go, Chris. Appreciate that.
All right. Who they picking? Who is Cleveland picking? Y'all tell me. Put it down right now. Put it down in the chat right now.
Is Eddie Pinheiro
in
the cards for the Bucs? Yes or no? Spill, Scott. I'm going to say maybe.
No, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that day 3. All right.
I know.
We need plenty of things to talk about.
I just wanted to answer the question.
Who they taking? I got them putting their money where their mouth is.
I'm going to say Sam Darnold. I still think it's Darnold. I think the whole Baker Mayfield thing's a ruse. I've been known to be wrong on occasion, so I'm not putting it past me to be wrong here.
Look, all I'm saying is the great Mike Mayock hasn't been wrong at number 1 since 2008.
That's a pretty good track record.
And he put Darnold.
Yeah. Here's the thing, too. Listen, I watch an awful lot of Big 12 football. For those of you who don't know, I'm a Kansas State alum, and so I've seen my share of Baker Mayfield ready, for him to move on to the NFL, right? The thing about, yes, I've been wrong. Yes, and I'm a pretty accountable guy, and I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. So I'm not happy about it, but I do it. I do it with a smile on my face, too.
I'm never wrong.
Not yet.
I thought I was wrong once, but I was wrong.
You were wrong that you weren't wrong, that you were right. Baker Mayfield is a good quarterback. I don't know.
Somebody just said the word Aguayo. Can we kick him out of the chat, please? Can we get the chat moderator to kick Chris out of the chat for typing the words Aguayo?
Buccaneer Bruce, look at you in Overland Park, Kansas. It's my old stomping grounds. I went to Shawnee Mission South High School in Overland Park, Kansas. Yeah. Baker Mayfield, I think that he is a good player. I don't know that he is a great player. I don't see necessarily the Drew Brees comparisons. I look back, Trevor, in that Georgia-Oklahoma game. Once Georgia figured him out, they really struggled.
Who? Baker?
Baker, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've seen him have some really bad halves too. And now I don't know how much of that's coaching and adjustments or how much of that is just him. I don't know that he is that uber physically talented guy. Now I love the intangibles. I love the intangibles this kid has. Even though I can't stand Oklahoma, I can respect Oklahoma players that are good. I can respect Gerald McCoy. I can respect Baker Mayfield. I can respect some of the talent that's rolled through there. Samaje Perine, Joe Mixon last year. And I think he's a talented guy. I just don't know that he's the best player in this draft. And essentially, Trevor, that's what it's all about. Is you're saying that this is the best player in the draft. You want to get
the most impactful player,
right?
Certainly. I mean, that's why quarterbacks go first because they have the most impact. I'm going to say it's Mayfield. Let's do it.
All right.
So you're saying Darnold. I'm saying Mayfield. Let's ride.
Yeah. I had Darnold in the mock. I'm going to stick with it. So
blow up the mocks.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to pull up my mock. I'm going to ride or die.
You're just going to say it's like every pick from your mock, just so you boast you possibly being right.
It's not about that. It's about these were the guys that as of late last night I had conviction on, and why change now?
Somebody said it's Darnold. Baker's a smoke. No, it's Antonio Callaway. Hello.
Boom.
Little Gator humor for you right there, Mark Cook. Who'd you have? Oh, you have them taking Saquon next.
Yeah, I got Darnold, and then Barkley 1-2, and then I get Mayfield going to the Jets.
All right, fine. I'm gonna get on Twitter. Spoil this for you guys.
Oh, we know who it is. Oh my goodness. Ooh, look right here, dude. Oh my God. Wow. Did not see that coming. Psych. Just messing with you.
He pointed to some random GIF, I'm like,
just had
who
to
is this?
Prank you guys a little bit.
You're not a good jokester.
Those who don't want us ruining the draft coverage on TV by announcing the picks.
Man, Twitter doesn't even know.
So, Buccaneer Bruce, whereabouts are you in Overland Park? What part of town? Not funny. I'm on thin ice already. Look at this. We're like a couple minutes into this, and I'm already on thin ice. Are you Facebooking live, Mark? What are you doing?
We're Instagramming live right
this
second to
excellent.
Remind people they can go to the website and check us out.
Excellent.
While you're on Instagram, follow Bucks Football on Instagram.
Yeah.
Shout out. Evan kills that coverage, man. Evan,
not cool, Scott. I see you.
Evan's had a couple of. He runs the Bucks Football account that we kind of work with on Instagram. Sometimes, I cover the beat, and sometimes I learn stuff from Evan. Like he'll tweet something out and be like, Evan's the guy who runs the Bucks Football Instagram account.
Okay, yeah.
And so sometimes I'll just be on Instagram and I'll see something and be like,
right,
wait, that happened? What?
Yeah.
So he kills it. He does a great job covering it. You guys should follow it. At
4 minutes and 50 seconds until
Browns are just milking this thing, man.
Of course, they want to see if there's going to be a windfall coming their way.
I hate it.
Spill it, Scott. How likely are the Bucks trading around in the first? I don't think they are. I don't. I mean, we'll see. If the top three are gone, and by the top three I mean Barkley, Chubb, and Nelson, then maybe. But we shall see. Maybe they don't know who they want. Well, that would be certainly in Browns fashion.
That'd be a Browns thing for them to do.
Yeah, that would be very Browns-ish of them. Buccaneer Bruce, where are you? Whereabouts are you from in Overland Park here? What part of town are you in?
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. Oh my gosh! Just tell me
maybe John
who
Dorsey
the
has
pick
no
is.
idea what he's doing. Maybe. It's fine.
Yo, did you see the?
The Buck just said the Browns are going to pick Roger Staubach.
It'd be a bold call.
That would be a good quarterback at least.
By the way, shout out to What the Buck and their crew for raising an amazing amount of money for pediatric cancer research at River Hills this past weekend. Adam Humphreys, my son Alan Cross, Ryan Griffin,
Bernie Kosar. It's Bernie Kosar. That's the pick.
Kosar,
yeah.
And Austin Johnson all joined the festivities. We had a good time out at River Hills. So anyway, great job to Derek and Cheryl and the crew. And Cheryl and the crew, there's a What the Buck crew out in Dallas live, so we'll probably see them on TV tonight.
Baker's live on Instagram right now.
Not from Overland Park, but I went to school in Manhattan. Would that be Kansas State, Zane?
Baker Mayfield just answered his phone via his Instagram Live.
Really?
So,
all right.
Phone scouting. It's real. What if they call Baker and they're just like, "What's going on, bro?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Manhattan Christian College, you're a very good school.
You
too.
watching?"
Zane, I think we've had this conversation before. It's all coming back to me now.
It's gonna be Mayfield. It's gonna be Mayfield.
Yeah,
it's gonna be Mayfield. That's crazy that they got us.
Just a guy, Overland Park, lived in North KCMO. I see you out there. Very cool. We get a lot of Midwesterners out here, at least some people from the Midwest. That's cool. Dig that.
Yo, there's 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's still counting down. It's still counting down. They still have not put it in. Man, you'll be here a long time. I'm supposed to see Infinity Ward at 2:30 a.m. tonight.
Infinity Wars?
Yeah.
2:30?
Yeah. After the draft.
I'm going to be in bed. I'm 46. So there used to be a day when I would run out and see the Marvel movies. I'm a big Marvel fan. Those days have come and gone. I'll see it whenever I want to.
Pick is in.
Now. Here we go.
Pick's in.
Baker of smoke. This the clock pick is in.
I don't even see Schefter wrap.
There you go, right there.
I don't believe it.
There you go. Right there.
I don't believe. Okay, I believe.
There you go.
I was right.
There you go. There's your guy right there.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, if you're watching TV right now, you know it's Baker Mayfield. That's who they're going to take. That's going to be crazy to see what the Giants do now, because word has it that was the guy that they liked, right? Sam Darnold. They didn't think he was going to be there.
Yeah.
So now does this really shuffle the deck a little bit? And boy, if you have quarterbacks go 1-2 this year, you got to believe that 4 quarterbacks are going to go before number 7, right? Doesn't that just make sense that Josh Rosen and Josh Allen probably go before 7, and then you're going to have one of the top 3 fall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah. Oh, man, I think there's a good chance they got the 3 there. They got one of the 3.
Yeah. There it is. Heisman Trophy winner, first pick overall. Who was the last person to do that, Trevor? Who was the last Heisman Trophy winner that went first overall?
Ooh.
Trevor, I'm giving you a hint. I'm eating W's. Happens to be the quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Josh Freeman?
No.
Is he not there anymore?
Jameis Winston.
No, that can't be it.
He won the Heisman Trophy.
Jeff Garcia.
He won the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, it's Bruce Gradkowski. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to give him the answers. It's
Jameis Winston.
Yes, Jameis.
All right, the craziest pick in the draft about to happen. Number 2.
Yeah.
This determines everything. Yo. Mayfield was Mayock's 4th quarterback, QB4?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, I'm not sold on this pick. Baker Mayfield is not the best player in this draft. He's just not. And I don't know enough about the quarterbacks this year to say that he is quarterback 1, 2, 3, or 4. I just don't think that these quarterbacks are as good as Marcus Mariota and Jameis Winston or as good as Carson Wentz. That's just my opinion. Even Josh Rosen, who they say is the most NFL-ready quarterback, listen, he had 2 concussions last year. And I'm not sold on his frame per se. And the fact that he's had those concussions, and now he probably would have missed the bowl game against Kansas State anyways. But the fact that he didn't play, football or practice for like the last month or so of the season, I don't know. What do you do if you spend a top 5 pick on Josh Rosen and he gets concussed during his rookie season, and that's the 3rd concussion he's had in the span of 1 year?
I don't know how much I weigh that though, because like that's the thing with Bo Scarborough. That's the thing with it could be with Darius Geis. Football is football, and like I definitely get that availability is sometimes the best ability. Yeah. Like that's a real thing. You obviously have to have the guy out there on the field, and he has to be healthy in order for him to produce. Mm-hmm. There is a certain cautiousness that you have to go about it, but at the same time, I don't think we can overblow that principle, because in the game of football, anybody can get hurt on any play. True. So like,
certainly some of the most devastating injuries have happened against air without contact. I'm talking about Ryan Tannehill's knee, Teddy Bridgewater's knee. So yeah, I hear you, but at the same time,
please don't bring up my son Teddy Bridgewater tearing his knee again, please. I don't want to cry on this video cast.
Well, the interesting thing too now is what's going to happen with Cleveland. Are they going to get Saquon Barkley in number 4? Are they going to give him the running back, the 1-2 punch? They're going to go Bradley Chubb.
I think Bradley Chubb's going to go number 4. Yeah, I really do. I like Daniel Jeremiah. You like Jeremiah?
Oh yeah,
he's good.
Yeah,
I think he's
one of my favorites.
I think he's a pro. He really is.
Got this Tampa Bay Lightning.
Did you see the Caps went up 1-0 in the first 15 seconds against the Penguins?
That's great. How about the Caps coming back?
That was going to happen
from 2 down.
Torts can't
they won
coach.
4 straight games.
Torts can't coach. Sorry, Tampa Bay Lightning, great. John Tortorella. You got a
birthday present for my wife. Thank you.
Let's see. Man, what do the Jets do now? They're going to trade. They're going to take Josh Allen. Giants pick is in already. Whoop! This is the biggest pick in the draft, guys. This is the biggest pick.
Wow.
Barkley went 2.
Yep.
Crazy.
Barkley 2. And so we're looking at Sam Darnold now to the Jets at number 3, or Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
Rosen.
Think Rosen?
I don't know, man.
Pick, but
yeah.
I don't know how high these teams. This is such a bad pick, guys. This is such a bad pick for the Jets. This is so bad.
For the Jets or the Giants?
For the Giants. This is such a bad pick.
It's going to be a bad pick for the Jets, too. Just go ahead and say it.
Why is this a bad pick? Best player in the draft, boys.
Yeah, I like Saquon Barkley.
Don't take a running back in the top 10.
Yeah, I agree. Especially this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
A guard makes running backs. Running backs don't make guards.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
You didn't watch Dalvin Cook at Florida State. He ran.
That's in college. That's in college.
The worst offensive line.
That's in college.
In college football.
All right, I'm going to drop some knowledge on you here. In researching the top guards, 8 of the last 15 guards that were first rounders in 10 drafts over a 13-year span dating back to 2005 became Pro Bowlers. That is 8 of the last 15 guards. That's over half. Over half of the guards that were taken became Pro Bowlers.
Congratulations, you've got a Pro Bowl guard. Now what? Name the last 5 Hall of Fame guards. Larry Allen's the only one I can think of. Who were the 2 starting guards for the Patriots? Who were the 2 starting guards for the Eagles? Ian Beckles, who's a guard, even said he wouldn't take a guard at 7. You can find guards.
Okay.
The difference between him and Isaiah Wynn and Will Hernandez is minor. So you're going to take a guy at number 7 that you can.
But you could say that too. Saquon Barkley, the difference between Saquon Barkley and Darius Geis and Nick Chubb, I don't think is that big of a chasm at all. I really don't.
Maybe not.
Now
Jason Light would disagree. We know Jason Love. use the word special twice.
Well, he is special. He's a special running back, but that doesn't mean that these other guys I mentioned aren't special. I think there's a lot of special running backs in this draft.
This guy's super special. I know you're hung up on him being Reggie Bush, but I don't think he's Reggie Bush.
I'd like to see him break more tackles.
This guy's going to be a star in New York. Going to take that city by storm.
Is he going to be better than Tiki Barber?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Rodney Hampton?
Yes, easily.
Okay. O.J. Anderson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
I'll mark it down.
Plus, what a great kid, huh?
He is. He's definitely a great kid. Okay, let's check out some of your thoughts here. I will fight Mark Cook on general principle. You just got challenged to a fight by Charles McCullough.
Bring it.
And he just said, bring it. So,
I don't know. I haven't seen a picture of you first, Charles.
Yeah, as I said, that was a retort sight unseen right there, Cook.
That could be Titus O'Neil using Charles.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Never mind.
Let's see. Barkley is right where he wants to be. Happy for the kid. Yes, absolutely. Great kid.
I don't think anybody's like saying Saquon's a bad kid or not talented, but
I'm just going to say it right now. I think Quentin Nelson's going to be the pick for the Bucs.
I was told the Giants were offered 3 first-round picks for the number 2 overall pick.
That tells you what they think of Saquon Barkley.
And they're stupid.
Yeah.
And he's not. I don't know. These guys,
3 first-round picks, you pick a running back?
Well, I mean, yeah, I would
That's why the Giants are stupid.
Yeah, I would make that deal.
Yeah.
Running back is horrible value. Christopher Mark, I hear you on that. Especially this year. I think that's the thing. I mean, listen, I'm not saying Saquon Barkley is going to be a bad running back. I think he's going to be a damn good running back. It might turn out to be a fantastic pick. I don't see him being Adrian Peterson, though. I think that Adrian Peterson broke more tackles. And really, that's the thing. Trevor, when we look at these running backs and we see running backs, and listen, even I like Rashad Penny, but I think Rashad Penny is going to have his challenges at the next level, not just in pass protection. He runs to daylight well. But Trevor, I think you would agree that there's not as much daylight in the NFL as there is in college, right? There's no wide side of the field. There's no wide hash marks. You don't have freshman safeties that take bad angles. You know, you're going up against the best of the best, and you got to be able to slip tackles. You got to be able to break some tackles. And I think that's why Kareem Hunt, even as a third rounder, and even Alvin Kamara, both those guys, Pro Bowlers as rookies, had tackle breaking ability. And I think Saquon Barkley can make you miss a little bit. I think he can juke you. But I don't think that for a guy that's close to 240 pounds, that he is an absolute physical beast. I think he's more of a finesse runner than he is a physical runner. If you look at physical runners, to me, it's Darius Geis and it's Nick Chubb. I think those are 2 guys that absolutely just smash through tackles.
2 guys that on this time with injuries, particularly guys who loves to take on a linebacker or safety head on. That's not going to work in the NFL. You got to be able to make guys miss.
So says Mark Cook.
Yes.
Running back authority.
You can't try and be Mike Allstott in this day and age.
Unless you're Mike Allstott.
And even then, at his age.
At his age, yeah.
In this day and age, at his age, don't be Mike Allstott.
Yeah. All right, so the Jets are on the clock. It's got to be a quarterback. We know that. Is it going to be Darnold? Is it going to be Josh Rosen? Trev, what do you think?
What?
Get used to that. That's going to happen about 50 times between now and the end of the draft.
Pick is in. I think it's going to be
what quarterback?
Josh Allen.
Think Josh
I'm
Allen?
going to say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Josh Rosen?
No, Josh Allen. I think it's
Really?
going to be Josh Allen.
Okay.
Oh, somebody said it's Darnold, so
I
guess it's Darnold. All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's a better pick than Josh Allen. Darnold is still super boomer bust. Like I don't get how people don't realize that.
All right.
That's Allen.
No. Allen's just not good.
No, Josh Allen is Josh Freeman. Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is Sam Darnold, is he like Jameis Winston in the fact that there were an awful lot of turnovers at USC, due to his right arm? Is he similar to Winston in that way that he has some turnover issues, Trevor, that he might have some real challenges?
Allen or Darnold?
Darnold.
Yeah. No, I mean, Darnold's entire tape is littered with unorthodox throws, with bad technique that could be interceptable passes. Like the reason why you love Darnold is because you watch him and you watch some of the things that he does. Sometimes he throws off his back foot. Sometimes he does this and that, makes an incredible play and you love it. And it's like, wow, that's the intangible. And I get you scout for what a guy can do. You scout for what a guy can do. That's what it's all about. You find out what he can do, and then you think that you can work kind of the rest out. But you have to obviously find his ceiling. Darnold's ceiling, he's won a lot of big games, hit a lot of big throws. But the problem with playing quarterback is that if you turn the ball over, you're not going to play. And right now, Darnold is way too unorthodox with what he does. I'm watching tape of these other guys, whether it was Deontay Burnett or even some defenders that they went up against, Isaiah Oliver, like all these kinds of guys. And Darnold just misses easy throws because he'll try to get weird about it and throw it off his back foot or something or blah, blah, blah. And so
having said that, are there some similarities between Jameis Winston and Sam Darnold in that respect?
No, absolutely.
Is he as special? Does he have the playmaking ability that Jameis does?
I think the leader part of it, like who they are, is what makes Jameis a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. But I mean, Darnold and Jameis are the same scouting report.
Okay.
It's the same thing. Yes, I said that to somebody a couple weeks ago. Actually, somebody said it to me as they were a Browns fan, and they were trying to make fun of the Bucs, and they're like, Darnold's better than Jameis, and I said that's funny because they're the same quarterback. So
it's just
if you're trashing Jameis, then you're trashing the guy that you're trying to.
In college,
right, and
he's got, I think, he's a little bit more special.
both guys had things that they had to get over.
Yeah, and I think some would say, fairly, that Jameis still has some things he needs to get over.
Yeah.
And Cleveland has to take Chubb here.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's going to be Bradley Chubb, I think. Yeah. I don't think they're trading. I mean, I think it's a.
All right, let me ask you this, Trevor. If for some weird twist of fate, if Bradley Chubb and Quentin Nelson were somehow there at number 7 for the Buccaneers, who do you go with?
Bradley Chubb.
Okay.
No question.
Not even.
No debate.
You've added
no debate.
Jason Pierre-Paul. You've added Vinny Curry. You have Noah Spence.
No debate.
You
good pass rusher on a rookie contract. Yup. Yeah. Hell, I'd even pick Harold Landry at 7. But, I mean, he's nowhere near the conversation, so that's not going to happen. But if it's Bradley Chubb, I'll ask you guys. You know my answer. You just heard it. If it's Bradley Chubb or Quentin Nelson, who are you taking? If in some miracle world it's Chubb and Nelson, who are you
Nelson's
taking?
There. Look at that. Nelson isn't getting past the Colts. I agree.
I'm taking Bradley Chubb, and it's I'm not even thinking about it.
Chubb easily, yeah. I agree.
Rookie contract pass rusher.
I think Jason
100%.
Light got so shell-shocked from the lack of pass rush that I think that he will draft pass rushers every single year.
I think there's a lot of things.
You
should.
I had the conversation
my
with
draft
him last year, or actually at the Senior Bowl. I had a conversation with Jason. I said, here's some unsolicited advice for you. Not that you need it, but Tom Coughlin, look what he's doing in Jacksonville. Lickety split too, right? He had Dante Fowler and Yannick Ngakoue and still went ahead and got Calais Campbell. The defensive tackle, Marcel Darius.
Yep.
Even though they had already re-signed, they got the defensive tackle from the Broncos in free agency. What was his name?
The Broncos.
Yeah, from the Broncos to Jacksonville. They signed him in free agency.
It wasn't Ngakoue, was it?
No, the defensive tackle. Help me out.
I'm blanking.
Starting defensive tackle, like they're really good guy inside. Malik Jackson. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you, Brian.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. So they had Malik Jackson, still went ahead and got Marcel Darius too. They just completely overloaded that defensive line. And that's what Tom Coughlin did. Year after year after year, he kept drafting pass rushing defensive ends. You have Michael Strahan.
I was going to say, Bruce, were you ahead of us?
You're not done. You're not.
No. And Chris just said that a little bit early in the chat. Like good pass rushers on rookie contracts. That's your easiest ticket to timing a Super Bowl window.
That's true.
And I mean, look at the Eagles, man. They just throw everything at you from every different angle. They got guys that play in and out. They've got anytime somebody comes out or subs out or something, it's a different kind of pass rusher. It's a different guy that the offensive line's got to learn how to block. And so there is no, well, they have Vinny Curry and Jason Pierre-Paul already. No. You pick good players.
Yeah.
You pick important players.
And the difference
And you
is
win football
about
games.
7 or 8 years between those guys too, right? Between Jason Pierre-Paul and Vinny Curry, who are knocking on 30's door, and you have a young guy who's just coming up in Bradley Chubb, who is an absolute dynamo when it comes to getting to the quarterback. And you got to love his nasty demeanor too. He's a badass. I think he's somebody that would definitely fit in with this culture down here. Hercules Matafa should be Matafa, yeah, the Washington State kid. I liked him. I just don't know that he's big enough to be a rush guy. I think he's a man without a position in the NFL. He's not fast enough to play outside linebacker.
Somebody just said they have to put the Parrot in the Ring of Honor.
You know, we haven't even touched the Parrot on PewterReport.com.
You know, does the Parrot get in before Rondé? Big question.
I would say no, me personally, but I wouldn't put it past the Blazers to maybe go with the Parrot.
Maybe a joint thing, you know, like they did last year.
Oh, yeah.
2 of them go in.
Right.
So it's Rondé and the Parrot go in.
Yeah. Maybe Rondé gets like the...
Maybe it says like on the thing, Rondé and the Parrot.
And the Parrot, yeah. Maybe Rondé goes out to make his speech and the Parrot's on his shoulder. Maybe that's what happens. I don't know. Caught up with Rondé earlier today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He is completely dialed out of the draft. He is like taking the off season off. He's like, I am not dialed in at all on anything happening with the Buccaneers. I'll see you during football season. I said, sounds good. Wow. Ooh, did not see that coming.
Whoa.
Yes. And I'm not kidding this time. I'm not kidding this time. I'm not kidding this time.
Oh, my.
That is a surprise right there. I'm telling you, they might have Bradley Chubb or Quentin Nelson fall to them. This is crazy. And no, I don't think that that the Buccaneers were that high in Denzel Ward. I know they had him in for a visit, but I don't think that was the case.
Dang, man.
So unless the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to get like rooked here with Cleveland.
Yo, who's Denver going to take?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Are they going to take a quarterback? Or are they going to?
Denzel Ward.
That's nuts. Yeah. So is Denver going to take a quarterback here?
Denver's got to take a QB. Denver's got to take a QB, right?
I don't know.
Right?
I didn't think the Browns were going to take Denzel Ward at all.
Gosh.
5'10", 183 pounds. That's a small corner to be taking that high, Trevor.
Oh, my gosh.
Is he Patrick Peterson? Trevor, is he Patrick Peterson?
I mean, I love Denzel Ward.
Right.
And he's even like strong enough for being low of a weight.
Yeah. That's a little.
I think he fits great with Greg Williams.
Yeah, that's a little like.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I like Denzel Ward a lot. Denzel Ward's good. You guys are at the cover 3. I think if you're playing a cover 1 man kind of style, if you're playing him in bail coverage, where he's close to the line of scrimmage, Tampa doesn't do that at all. But what, man? Somebody just said like the fact that Lattimore went 11 and Ward just went 4.
Yeah,
that's nuts. Yeah. That's crazy.
I think Lattimore's the better corner myself. I'm just saying, right?
Easily.
Okay, yes. So why does Denzel Ward? Listen, let me ask you a question. Who did they just draft number 1 overall? Cleveland Browns. Who was it?
Baker Mayfield.
What position does he play?
Quarterback.
Who's the left tackle of the Cleveland Browns? Who's going to be guarding the blind side of Baker Mayfield? You're the guy that you just spent the number 1 draft pick overall on. Who's the left tackle? It's not Joe Thomas anymore. I would have taken Mike McGlinchey from Notre Dame, or at least tried to trade down maybe a couple of picks and get him there. And I'm not a huge Mike McGlinchey fan. I don't think that he is a dominant left tackle. I don't think he is one of the upper echelon left tackles that you typically see. But he's the best left tackle in this year's draft, in my opinion. And why they wouldn't take him, I don't know. To me, that's how I would have done if I was the Browns. I would have gone quarterback first, overall, and I would have done more research so I could intelligently say this would be the guy, because I don't think it's Baker Mayfield. I don't know enough about Rosen and Darnold, and the other guys. I think Lamar Jackson could end up being the best quarterback out of this bunch if he goes somewhere in the right system, sits and learns, and has a veteran that can really teach him some of the ropes. I don't have a specific spot in mind. Maybe Arizona. I would have liked it better if he'd gone to Arizona and Bruce Arians would have been the head coach there for sure with his ability to develop quarterbacks. But I just think that Lamar Jackson has got some intriguing upside, and I think he is a quarterback, and we'll see how he is develop. How he develops. If you're Bradley Chubb, you thought you were going to be off the board by now, right? Right.
I mean,
1, 2, 4.
You're 2 or 4.
Yeah.
Are the Colts going to do it? Are the Colts going to spoil it? They want a linebacker, though.
Well,
they love Roquan. Roquan was the best player in the country last year. I still think that the Colts might take Roquan. Any trades, guys? I don't have anything. Nope. Got nothing. Got nothing right now.
All right, we're talking about. No, I don't think the Bucs are looking to trade. I don't think they are. Don't have any information. Derwin James is overrated, says Nick. Could be. We'll find out.
Pete Briscoe just tweeted, "Weird draft." Thanks, Pete.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the insight, dude.
That's some pretty good insight.
You enjoy it. Thank you.
If I had to guess right now, the way this is shaping up here, I think it's going to be Quentin Nelson.
Yeah.
Who would I rather have? I'd rather have Chubb. I'm just answering the question here from just a guy.
The thing has always been the big three, right?
Yeah.
Chubb, Nelson, Barkley.
Yeah.
It looks like one of them's going to be there.
Yeah.
Depending on who this pick is. Pick is in. Oh boy. Wow.
Yep.
Dang.
Denver had to.
They had
to. Absolutely had to. Look at this tweet here. Look at that.
Von Miller and Bradley Chubb, folks.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yep.
Rip the dream.
Indianapolis Colts. Right? Quentin Nelson. Roquan Smith.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Here's the thing. With the Colts, when you look at this, yes, they need some help on the defensive side of the ball. They also need an offensive line reconstructed, some of those positions for sure, because of Andrew Luck's health. He's your franchise. You got to put some guys in front of him to pass protect. I would not be surprised if it was Quentin Nelson. I've always thought that the Buccaneers were going to be screwed by the Colts, and the Colts were going to take whoever was left, whether it was Chubb or Barkley or Nelson, and it looks like that may happen unless they decide to go defense with a wild card. And we are quickly approaching that time. All right. Here's the moment of truth, not even for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but for the Indianapolis Colts. Are they going to dash Tampa Bay's hopes of getting one of those top 3 players, Trevor? Now, here's something, too. What if Quentin Nelson is there? And we've seen this in some mock drafts. We've seen some mock drafts where the Buccaneers pass on Quentin Nelson and get another player. Some of those mocks have had Micah Fitzpatrick. Some of those mocks have had Derwin James. Would you be in favor of passing on Quentin Nelson for a defensive player, for a player at a position of greater need, perhaps?
So, like for Derwin?
I'm saying, would you pass up
No.
Nelson for Derwin or for Fitzpatrick?
The idea
or
of having an
Vita
offensive
Vea?
line of Quentin Nelson, man.
George Rivera says, please, Bills, give us a call. 12 and 22 for 7.
Look, man, y'all can have Rosen and Allen. Pick up the damn phone. Should have done it with his hand. Pick up the phone. Man, with Allen and Rosen still on the board, how are you not trading back? Oh, the Bucs are out of their mind if they don't trade back. They're gonna get a good player. Don't get me wrong, but like, I gotta find out what the value is, maybe. But what's Ken saying? I think it's Nelson move back. I think it should be moved back. God, they get 2 good players that move back. Man,
one of those players could be Darius Geis too, Trevor, at LSU.
My boy.
LSU running back. Let's see here. Not seeing the pick yet. Boy, listen, that Denzel Ward pick just shook everything up, right?
For real. Pick is in. Yep. Wow, so they didn't trade it.
Sorry, Bucs fans. Sorry, it is.
Ah, man.
Yep.
There it is. So the big 3 off the board.
Yep. Quentin Nelson to the Colts.
We said that the Colts trading back to 6 might come back to bite the Buccaneers in the butt. Guess what? It did. All right.
I've got 2 of my picks right in my mock draft. I've got Barkley going to the Giants, and I've got Nelson going to the Colts. I think it's going to be Derwin James, folks. I think it's going to be Derwin James.
Yeah.
I think Vita Vea might be the dark horse, but yeah, how about that?
No trades. Weird. Now, that's a weird pick for the Colts because I think Quentin Nelson's obviously a really good player, but, like, you need a lot of players, and your team is very bad, and you just picked a guard.
Right.
Like, that's different for the Bucs. The Bucs aren't a bad team. The Colts are a terrible team. Like, awful.
Yep.
And they just picked a guard. That's a bad pick. Hot take. Hot take. That's a bad pick.
I think it's going to be Derwin James or it's going to be Vita Vea. I would be very surprised if it was Micah Fitzpatrick. But
I've got so many people texting me who the Bucs picking.
I know.
Bro, I don't know. I'm not in the room.
All we can do is do our homework and then get to this point. My phone's blowing up too.
I feel like the Bucs are going to take a long time in this pick.
Buffalo trading up to Tampa Bay at number 7 per source from Adam Schefter. We do have a trade down. We do have a trade down. I was wrong. Wow. Wow. I didn't think that was going to happen. I really didn't.
Let's go. Let's go. This is the dream. This is what you do. This is how you win the draft.
It better have been for both first-round picks.
Jason's killing it.
It better be.
Let's go.
It better be for both first-round picks.
Can we get some hype in the chat? There we go.
So they're going to pick at number 12 now.
They're picking at 12, yeah. Yeah, you might have to man the computer now. We might have some surprise players.
The Bucs will receive
and 2 second-round picks.
2 second-round picks. That's a hell of a trade. So now the Bucs have 3 picks in the second round.
Wow,
3.
They're going to get a lot of players.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if the Buccaneers move back up into the lower part of the first round for a player. Is it going to be a cornerback like Jair Alexander? Is it going to be a running back like Darius Geis or Sony Michel? We'll have to find out. Bucs will pick number 12 and
12 and 2 seconds, folks. That's what they got.
Also have 3 picks in the second round. Well, Jason Light certainly got some ammunition now to get a running back, a cornerback, a safety, maybe another defensive tackle. We'll have to see. Now, here's the interesting thing. Derwin James still could be there at number 12. And if he is, that would be quite the coup. It could be Minkah Fitzpatrick if James is off the board. It could be Vita Vea. I know the Redskins would like to get Vita Vea at 13. I had him mocked there. So we shall see. Listen, Trevor, I said they weren't going to trade down from number 7. I'm glad I was wrong. This is exciting.
Oh, God, yeah.
This is fun.
This is why.
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think they're going to draft Marcus Davenport.
Man. This is good stuff, friends, pals, viewers.
Scott, you know, I said they wouldn't, but you guaranteed us they wouldn't. Yep, that's right. And I was wrong. Yep. I really, really didn't think they would because.
Can we get some Scots wrong in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and hit me up. That's fine.
Sure. Nobody knows. I mean, like, we've obviously had conversations. And yeah, let's talk about this now that people. I mean, we've had conversations over the last 4 months. We're talking to different scouts and people, who are associated with the Bucs and things like that. And, like we hear things and
here's
you've
one
got
thing.
to be able to.
Here's one thing too, Trevor. We also get used in the media.
That's 100% true. 100% true. And
So,
we can only report what we have.
Right.
And if they feed us the wrong thing, hey, they feed us the wrong thing.
Yep.
But that's the part of news.
It's part of the gamesmanship
right.
too of the
You
draft.
still have to report what we figure out. And
That's right.
hell, you know what? They don't even know who's going to be on the board.
That's right.
They pick 7.
Yeah.
You know, they don't know what the board
Yeah.
looks like. They don't know what the deal is. They don't know until it's right now. So all we do is we hear things from them. We hear things. We hear what could happen. We hear blah, blah, blah. Last week, we kind of heard, hey, they're really honing in on some of the guys.
Scott. SR stock equals Mark Cook. Is that in high regard or low regard?
Probably low regard.
Why don't you tell us about this trade? Because I didn't know about it. That's God's honest truth.
Yeah.
I write what I know, and I said
they traded up for Josh Allen. There you go.
I said last week that they, you know,
You guys get it?
yeah,
53, 56.
Yep.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
and their own. They've got 3 picks in the second round now.
Right.
So yeah,
Well, so
I would not be surprised at all. What's that?
They're giving up 255 to get the 253 and 56. They're giving up Bucks are giving up their 255. So what round is that?
Oh, that's
6, something like that. I don't know.
255. Oh, that's the
their
one in the
seventh round.
that's the very last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
The second to last pick in the draft. Sorry, the Bucks don't have the second to last pick in the draft anymore. So they gave up 2.
Okay.
All right,
And I'm going to put up a short little log on that. Even though it's
Yeah,
do
please.
it right now, please.
too much.
255. No, it's not. It's not Mr. Relevant. I think it's 1 pick from it.
Yeah, it's almost Mr. Irrelevant. It's the almost irrelevancy.
Who, Minka and Geis, you're getting 2 very good football players right there if that happens.
Let's see. Well, I'll tell you what. Tomorrow's certainly going to be interesting, right? In the second round, 3 picks as of right now. I still think they're going to trade up into the bottom of the second round now. What are some of the benefits of doing that, Trevor? Aside from getting a player like before there's a run, right? Because we've seen the Buccaneers have a lot of cornerbacks come in this building that are fringe first, second round picks. Guys like Jair Alexander, Mike Hughes from UCF is another one. So, you know, I think there's going to be a run on running backs too, right? Darius Geis is going to be there. Sony Michel, Nick Chubb, there's going to be a run. So trading up into the bottom part of the second or the bottom part of the first round. If you remember, Mark Dominic did that for Doug Martin. Say what you want about Doug Martin. It was a great pick for a couple of years, including his rookie year. The other years, not so good at all. But the reason why Mark did that was because he felt like the Giants were going to get a shot at Martin. They really wanted him. So he moved up into the latter part. I think it was the 31st pick overall, if I'm not mistaken, to get Doug Martin. And of course, the beauty of that is you have that 5th-year option. You have 2 players now, your first-round pick and then your second-round pick that you acquired for moving up, that you have basically, you know, under your thumb for 5 years if you want. You can pick up that 5th-year option. So there is strategically, from the salary cap standpoint, you have that option as well. You extend that contract year by 1 year if you have a really good player. So, of course, that's the whole thing. You got to make sure that you pick the right player.
Yeah, there's no way that they're keeping all 3 of those second-round picks. They're moving up for somebody.
Yeah.
The Bucs are going to pick twice in the first round, folks. That's going to happen. Oh, man. See, now things get interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think the Raiders are going to take McGlinchey. I think San Francisco is either going to take Minka or Roquan. Although Foster, dude, can you imagine Roquan and Reuben Foster next to each other?
I can see that. And not just that, but if you have Roquan Smith,
good.
If for some reason Foster ends up, you know, going off the deep end, maybe the character issues surface again. Maybe this issue isn't swept under the rug. Whatever. Okay. If any of those situations happen, Roquan Smith can step in and be your Mike.
Yeah, obviously.
So you're covering your bases there by getting a great player to play next to Reuben Foster or a player to possibly replace him. So your thoughts on Josh Rosen still being on the board?
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Where is he in your quarterback rank?
Number one.
Number one.
Easily he's number one. It's him and Mayfield. I think they're close. Then it was Lamar Jackson for me, and then it's Josh Allen. The fact that Josh Rosen is still on the board is stupid. It's stupid. We're 7 picks in, or 3 quarterbacks
has
gone.
cleared up. The thing is, there were character concerns beforehand. There's a bit of red flag now, even though it's been cleared up. I don't know to what extent that the charges were filed.
Can they get Derwin at? Lamar is easily better than Josh Allen.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Josh Allen is Josh Freeman, folks. I've seen it before. I've seen that movie before. And I like
us,
Josh
Kansas
Allen.
State fan.
Huh?
Tell us, Kansas State fan.
Yeah.
The tales of Josh Freeman.
Oh, gosh. I have some tales, folks. Believe me. It's a lot of stuff I can't even say. But, boy, one of these days it's going to come out. And it's going to blow you away. Here's the thing. I as a Kansas State alum, that I had a problem with when it came to Josh Freeman. He was a starter at Kansas State for 3 years. And he was 0 for 3 against KU, Missouri, and Nebraska. Those are the wrong 3 schools to be 0 for against if you're a Kansas State quarterback.
Right.
Now, his claim to fame was he beat Texas twice. Okay, great. That's Texas, but that's not one of our big rivals. Missouri, of course, is now in the SEC. They chickened out and went to the SEC, and they're kind of like one of the doormat teams down there now, I think. Not a big Mizzou fan, if you can't tell.
Roy just tweeted that the Bucs are in a good position to take Marcus Davenport at 12.
I don't think so.
Okay, so the Bears took Roquan. If the Bucs take Marcus Davenport at 12,
you're going to leave. You're going to storm out of the room. I'm going to have to reel you back in.
There's no way. No. From everything we know, no way. Right?
Yeah. I didn't think they were going to trade down, but
oh my God.
That's the beauty of the draft. That's the exciting part of the draft.
If they take,
I don't think they're going to take Marcus Davenport, knowing what we know. And listen, knowing what I know about Marcus Davenport is certainly a lot more than about the not trading down from the 7th pick. I'll say that. I feel more confident in that than the trading down.
Vea way before Davenport.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if it's Vita Vea at all.
See, now, though, number 12, I mean, number 7, we had an idea of who was going to be there.
Yeah.
Number 12, the door's wide open.
It is.
I mean, people come out of the wood. Josh Jackson is now in play. Darius Geis is now in play. Yeah. Minka Fitzpatrick's still in play.
Yeah.
Who are some other guys? Jair Alexander in play. All of these dudes could now be in play.
You have to
12.
think, too, all right, the 49ers, if they don't trade out, they're not going to take Josh Rosen, right? Who's picking number 10?
Raiders, they're not taking Josh Rosen. Oh, Miami's going to get Rosen.
They very well could.
Wow. Miami's going to stay at 11 and get Rosen.
And here's the thing. Are the Oakland Raiders going to take Derwin James?
Probably not.
Are the Miami Dolphins going to take Derwin James?
Not if Rosen's there.
Okay. So then you're looking at Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Getting Derwin with 12?
Getting Derwin James at 12. And then I think you can put Jason Light
move if Jason Light can do that.
Into Stevie Eiserman category. Right?
Easy.
Territory.
Easy.
Right? Yeah.
They got to win some games first.
True.
No, I was saying easy as in pump the brakes.
Oh,
they got to win some games first.
That's a hell of a move, though.
It's a great move.
You have to applaud the move.
It's a great move.
Right?
It's a great move.
Listen, I've always, whether it's Rich McKay or Bruce Allen, Mark Dominic, Jason Light, I've always cut general managers a little bit of a break because, listen, you can look at a team and say there's talent there, there's enough talent to win or not. And certainly under some of those years with Bruce Allen, there was enough talent to win. Of course, the drafts were really god-awful. Started from scratch, and I think that the whole Manchester United sale really impacted the Raheem Morris era. But, you look at this team, Trevor, say what you want about Jason Light and the number of games that they won. There is enough talent now. And I'm gonna quote the man bun here. I'm gonna quote Trevor Sikkema. It's up to the coaches now, right? After this draft, after free agency, it's up to the coaches. It's up to Mike Smith and Dirk Cutter.
Hold up,
Todd Monken.
Rappaport just said that the Bucs are now having talks about trading back up, from 12, I guess. Which, okay. I guess, I mean, they got an extra second-round pick, maybe.
To 9?
Who would they trade with? San Francisco?
I mean, they're obviously going to be – they've got to be honing in on a player, just one player at this point in time, if they're willing to trade up. Because here's the thing.
49ers just picked, so
yeah.
They're picking McGlinchey. That's it.
So is Jason Light trading with John Gruden?
Is he trading with Gruden?
They became good friends.
Is Miami – so the Packers want Derwin James. That's a fact. They want Derwin James.
Right.
So the Packers are now in contention, I'm sure, to trade up before the Buccaneers to get Derwin James. So that's why I guess like they would be calling other teams to see if they can get ahead of the Bucs or if the Bucs have to get up in front.
49ers have made their pick.
Yeah, it's Mike McGlinchey.
Yep,
yeah.
McGlinchey.
Interesting.
Rick Stroud says he's not sure about the Bucs trading back up here. I don't think that they should, to be honest.
Who said that?
Rick Stroud, and I agree.
Yeah, I don't. That's just a weird. Why?
I mean, unless you absolutely love Derwin James or Minkah Fitzpatrick or Vita Vea, and you just do not want to lose him at this point. That's the thing, because again, the Dolphins are they're gonna take Josh Rosen right at 11.
Look, man.
Just saying. Unless a team trades with,
I know they're one of the teams that have also like Lamar Jackson, but
yeah.
So like I don't know. The problem with Rosen at this point is you just don't know. We just don't know because Rosen's talent should not even be here on the board.
Yeah,
there's no way. So then so like now, what do teams really think of Rosen? Do the medicals suck? Does he suck? Which one? Because he shouldn't be still available. We're at pick number what?
We're
pick number 10 and the number one quarterback.
Josh Rosen apologist for his, commentary and his leanings and beliefs and all that kind of stuff. And it might have rubbed some people the wrong way. I'm just saying. I mean, Josh Rosen, you look at the physical talents there. My concern is the medical, not so much the player, or I should say the person, but maybe the arrogance turns some people off. I don't know. What's good arrogance? Because Baker Mayfield's he's a cocky bastard too.
Yeah.
So like, does he have better arrogance than Josh Rosen? Is that why Baker Mayfield went first overall?
I don't know. I wonder if the Raiders are going to take Colton Miller here.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Man. Because I know they wanted McGlinchey.
Raiders are trading.
To who?
Just found out they're trading. Is it the Buccaneers? Wow. Cardinals now on the clock.
Whoa, they're picking Lamar.
Lamar Jackson?
They're going to pick Lamar.
Over Josh Rosen.
They're going to pick Lamar.
Josh Rosen would be the 5th quarterback taken in the draft.
Nuts. I think they're going to take Jackson. I don't know yet, though. One of the two. It's Rosen or Jackson.
They're gonna draft Josh Rosen. I think that's what's going to happen here. They're going to draft Josh Rosen. And are the Miami Dolphins going to draft Lamar Jackson?
Oh, man, that'd be crazy.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing, right? At pick number 12, we've had 2 players we've had 5 mock drafts. The first mock draft had Quentin Nelson. The next 2 mock drafts, Trevor, much to people's chagrin, had Vita Vea from Washington, the big defensive tackle. Not a popular pick. And we were the first ones to have Vita Vea mocked to the Buccaneers. It was right after the Senior Bowl. I think it was January 29th was that mock. And don't be surprised if it's Vita Vea. But we also had Derwin James mocked to the Buccaneers in our last 2 mock drafts. So that's why I'm saying it could be either one. I think Derwin James is the immediate fit because he can come in and start at strong safety. Vita Vea, though, is the guy that probably replaces Gerald McCoy at some point in time. He gives you some interior pass rush, maybe that Bo Allen and Mitch Ryan can't. But Vita's a player that can play the 3 and also the nose. So we will have to see what happens. It's very interesting.
I still haven't seen somebody confirm that it's Rosen.
No, I haven't either. Everyone is assuming it's Rosen, but what if it is Lamar Jackson?
That's crazy. That's going to be crazy.
And here's the thing. The Cardinals don't have a lot of ammunition. And
they don't.
The Cardinals gave up 15, 79, and 152. So that's their 3rd round pick?
It's like they're not drafting
the
rest of the
they got a quarterback, and that's about it in this draft. So Armando, our good buddy from the Miami Herald, Dolphins beat writer, says Tremaine Edmonds, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Derwin James, Rashaan Evans, all available to Miami, also trade down available. So that's what could
that doesn't tell us anything.
Well, it tells us that a couple of those things could be in the works. This is very exciting. Very exciting draft. What do you think, guys? Vita, a 3 tech? Yeah, he can.
Sorry, I've been working. What's the consensus in here?
About what?
What are they going to do as well?
Derwin or Vita?
Trying to figure it out.
The 2. Why not? That's the insight that you're going to get from Mark Cook. Why not Vita Vea? I don't know.
I mean, I could say, but I don't want to say it here because it's kind of inside scoop you gave us.
Yeah.
Is it because he's fat?
Yes.
Wow, dude.
And he's Samoan. They're not in this.
Wow, dude.
They would have got one.
Fat.
Stevie Tuikulabatu. And they drafted Joey Aisefa too.
Exactly.
So.
See what happened with that.
Yeah. But they usually wait till the 7th round to get those guys.
Stay out of those Pacific.
The Polynesians.
Stay away from the Polynesians.
Is the pick in yet?
They should have learned from
Come on.
Those guys they'll paddle to your island and try and shoot you with a tranquilizer dart.
Cardinals take Rosen.
It is?
Yep.
Dolphins take Jackson or Derwin?
I don't know.
They got to take a quarterback.
I'm not a Tannehill believer at all. I'm not a Tannehill believer at all.
For an idiot who decides he's going to have voodoo healing on his knee last year.
I'm gonna heal on my Tannehill. I'm gonna heal on my own. I'm not gonna have surgery. Then he goes out there in a non-contact drill and tears. Yeah.
All right. Well, I know one kid with the last name of Cook.
Vita Vea is the biggest thing on television since the Death Star. That's so funny.
What's the Death Star?
Vita Vea has no 3 tech, no pass rush production at college level. Oh, you'd be surprised.
He's a Polynesian David Bryant. Talent, no production. Here's some scoop. The Bucs are not trading Gerald McCoy because they filmed him yesterday to do the promo stuff during the season.
Oh yeah,
you have to think ahead of this stuff.
Yeah, there's no way in the world they would do that.
No.
Because
they're not going to waste film.
They're not going to waste film.
Film is expensive.
Exactly, it is.
In flash cube, you know how expensive those are and how hard to find.
Well, you got to develop the pictures too.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Miami Dolphins, you're on the clock.
Miami.
All right.
You get to run this state for about 15 minutes, Miami. Because what you do is going to impact the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I'll tell you what, don't
and the Jags.
Huh?
And the Jags.
Yeah, Jags are later on.
Moving up to that 11 pick now.
No.
There was, absolutely.
Why?
Well, because
if the Packers were going to move up for Derwin or something.
We having fun yet? Guys might be going when Detroit picks.
Bill's got the wrong John. Yes.
Book it. Yeah, I would agree. I'm not a Josh Allen fan. I'm just not.
Nobody is. His parents are.
Are they now after the tweets? Disappointed in Sonny Boy?
Jeez, man. He was 14 when some of that stuff came out.
I know.
I almost said
you gotta cut slack. Listen, in dads out there, parents, moms, you got to tell your kids. Like, you got to tell them the story. You gotta tell them the Josh Allen story and say, listen, what you do as a stupid little snot can come back to bite you when a job's on the line. And
also, how if you are an agent, the second you sign somebody, you don't go, give me your phone. I'm deleting every tweet you've ever had.
Well, if the agent is older,
they don't get it.
Maybe they don't get it, but then you should hire a millennial to say, go through this guy's internet profiles with a fine-tooth comb. Hire yourself a Trevor Sikkema. Get yourself a man bun to go through and knife through all of your past tweets and postings and all of that stuff. Traffic is large, guys, this year. Large. We're beating the first day of the draft last year, thanks to you guys. So very much appreciate it.
Yeah, we got so many people in the chat this year. I mean, this is so much fun. You guys are.
I had to wear my glasses
Johnny
again.
Townsend at 12. Amen, so Vinny. Amen. Gator great, Johnny Townsend.
Cardinals offensive line is going to kill Josh Rosen.
Dude, it's going to be bad.
I'm telling you, this is Mr. Concussion, and it's going to happen again.
It's going to be bad.
Yeah.
4 a.m. here. Oh, you're in Israel? Oh, my gosh. Wow. You appreciate the dedication.
Appreciate that, Mr. Cohen.
For real.
Dang.
Hold up. Did they just...
Miami's on the clock.
I think they just comped Josh Rosen to Sam Bradford, which is funny. Which is funny.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Minka Fitzpatrick here or Tremaine Edmonds. I don't follow the Dolphins, but those are the two guys that I think are on their particular things on their draft chart.
For the first time in NFL draft history, 4 quarterbacks were taken in the top 10. That's crazy. That's hard to believe.
Yep.
For the first time in history. And it seems like Rosen went late. Man. Dolphins just took Minka Fitzpatrick. Bucks are on the clock.
Wow. And right now the Buccaneers are fine with that because Minka Fitzpatrick was not that highly rated on their boards. Derwin James, Vita Vea. I think it's one of those two.
Yep. So too. Darius Geis pulled the trigger. Do it. Do it. Do it. We got Derwin on the clock, man.
You know what, Trevor? That's not out of the question, is it?
What?
At 12, Darius Geis?
At 12? No.
At 12?
No. I mean, I again, like,
here's the thing. If you're Jason White and you think Darius Geis is a top 10 player, okay, then why not at 12, right? I mean, you're getting value right there. And you've got you didn't put that evil on us with Geis at 12. I'm just saying that to just get a rise out of Trevor because he's a huge Geis fan. I like Geis too. I really do. I know you do. And you were on him last year, Trevor. It's not just this year.
He was better than Leonard Fournette last year.
Yeah, you were on him last year. When I mean last year, I mean last year, not last college football season. You were saying this time last year when Leonard Fournette was being drafted, the Geis was better. Yes, I remember that.
I can go find the tweets. I can go find them. I got the receipts.
And the pick is in. Wow, this is a surprise. We just tweeted it.
Yep. Dang.
Just tweeted it. Vita Vea.
Oh man, you were supposed to like.
Sorry, it's coming up in the tweets right there.
Yeah.
It's coming up in the tweets. Yep. Here's the thing, folks. Gerald McCoy is 30 years old. His sack production has declined each of the last 3 years. That is a concern for this franchise. They still are, high on Gerald McCoy as far as I know. 6-time Pro Bowler. But Vita Vea at 6'4", 347 pounds is a rare guy. Those guys just don't come along that often. And we came this close to putting Vita Vea in our final mock draft. We really did.
It was between Derwin and Vea.
Yeah. And
it was between Derwin and Vea.
And Vita Vea is a Buck's best bet for us.
Yep.
So for a reason. So our job is to relay the information that we know. And I know a lot of you people out here, this is so stupid. I hate this pick, blah, blah, blah.
You people.
But, I'm just these people here. Yeah. But here's the thing. With Vita Vea, Jason Light likes big defensive tackles. Vita Vea, Jason Light went out to the University of Washington, not just this year, but 2 years ago. And so that's a situation where he not only looked at guys like John Ross, but he also looked at Vita Vea. And there was some talk that he possibly might come out, and he didn't. He stayed in for his junior year, which was smart. I had a lengthy conversation. You've probably read this in the SRS Fab 5 that Jimmy Lake absolutely loves Vita Vea and thinks that he has got well.
It's been a while.
Sorry, old man. What are you, 27 now?
I am, dude. I'm getting up there.
You're 46, dude.
Hips are stiff.
I spoke with Jimmy Lake, the former Bucks defensive backs coach and the defensive coordinator for the Washington Huskies. And, they absolutely love, Vita Vea at Washington. And they think he is not even close to the player he's going to be. He can be a game-wrecking type guy. He is not a finished product. He is not going to come in and get, 6 sacks, 10 sacks as a rookie. He is going to rotate and probably learn behind Gerald McCoy and split time between Gerald McCoy's 3-tech spot and Bo Allen's nose tackle position. And got to remember, you talk about scheme fit, and the Buccaneers like big defensive tackles. That's why they drafted Stevie Tuiakolovatu last year. That's why they signed Chris Baker last year. That's why they got Bo Allen, a big 320-pound guy. This is the type of player that Mike Smith had up in Jacksonville with Marcus Stroud and John Henderson. Tampa Bay needs to do a better job stopping the run, and I think that's where he excels right now. I'm okay with this pick because I've been okay with this pick for a while now. We were the first ones, like I said, to have Vita Vea as the Bucks' first pick in our second and third mock drafts. And Trevor, he came this close.
Yep.
To, as a matter of fact, and this is a true story. When I was writing the mock on Sunday, who was the pick originally going to be? I was going to pick Vita.
You were going to pick Vita.
Yeah. And then I
got the call logs. I can prove it to you, folks.
Yeah. And then I changed my mind and I said, I think they're going to go Derwin James just because there's a lot of national media out there saying that, and I bought into that a little bit. But listen, that at the end of the day, it was going to be one of these two players. And I think too, as you guys, as Pewter Report readers, would agree. I mean, it's our job to educate you as best we can on who this team is going to draft.
Oh my
That's
God!
What we try to do. What?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
Nothing you can share on the air.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's not going to be either Mike Mayock. It's going to be Vita Vea. And see, folks, I'm sorry, but like we've known about this pick now for 7 minutes, and now they're just announcing it on TV. That's not news to me. I'm sorry. Yep. I got to make a quick phone call. I know I'm not calling Jason Light. Right? I'm not. He wouldn't take my call right now, anyways. He might text me, but he's not going to take my call. Hey, what time is the? What time are we getting Jason? Okay, well, can you let me know? Because well, I'm just saying when the PR guys come in, not PR report, public relations. I've already got him in there. It's in there. Okay. Did you put one in there? Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, it's in there. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. All right. Bye. Vita Vea. There you go. So, yeah, I just want to be in there. I want to hear Jason Light talk about this pick, and I'm going to come right from that press conference into here and relay that information. And some of you guys, worst news ever. What's Vea's NFL comp or ceiling? I'll tell you what, he's not Danny Shelton. That's going to be the narrative just because he's a big, Polynesian defensive tackle from Washington. That's not the case. I spoke with 2 players that have firsthand knowledge of Vita Vea. Hold on, here's Vita right here. Vita Vea is rocking like a kind of a burgundy colored velvet jacket. Yeah, we're going to call him Vita Vea. If you're watching NFL Network coverage right now, they have Vita's full name, and it's got a bunch of V's and a bunch of vowels in it that I really can't pronounce. So it took me a while, Trevor, and you'll be witness to this, to get Stevie Tuikilovatu's name down. It took me a good month after the draft for me to be able to kind of get that name down pat. Did we even meet with Vea? Yes, the Bucs met with Vea at the Senior Bowl, and they had him in for
y'all knew this. This is not a surprise to you. We've been saying this since like February.
Yeah.
Like Derwin was a pick and everything, but like y'all have known this, man.
Yeah,
y'all have known this.
We had him. Scott likes the big linemen and midget corners. That's the Snyder effect. That's funny. Oh yeah, I see it. And look at you, Sean. Is that a Jayhawk? Are you actually like plaguing me with the Jayhawk image right now? Come on, Sean. Awful. Just busting balls. Yeah, okay. Rock chalk. Wave the weed. I gotcha. Yeah, they had Vita Vea in for a top 30 pre-draft visit. They had they visited him at the Senior Bowl. And yes, they're showing highlights of him right now. Is a 270-pound running back in high school.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And here's the thing. He's got 3 years worth of defensive line experience. I think he played a little bit of defensive line, but he was really a running back in high school. And so this is a kid that's just barely scratching the surface. Washington drafted, or they signed him as an athlete. They didn't even say we're signing offensive lineman, defensive lineman, Vita Vea. No, he was an athlete. So it's pretty. Is Vita Vea our new running back? No, I don't think so. Don't think he's well. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't put it past him to get some goal line carries. I wouldn't put it past Dirk Cutter to give him some goal line carries. If they're going to throw the rock, right, to Leonard Wester, right, in the red zone, why don't you give Vita a tote?
It's true.
He's got some ball,
True.
some ball carrying experience. Why not? So, yeah, Vita Fridge. That could be. Could be. He's got to learn how to play defensive tackle at the NFL level first. And listen, again, going back to the Danny Shelton narrative, he is not just a run stuffer. He ran a 5.1 time in the 40-yard dash. To put that in perspective, Gerald McCoy, I think, ran a 5.03. And Gerald was at 295. And so that's what, 47? That's 52 pounds more. Yeah, Gerald McCoy. Here we go. Yeah, Gerald likes to pick. And he should. I mean, Gerald McCoy lining up next to this guy or having him as one of those wave guys to come in. Again, keep in mind, Clinton McDonald not here last year. And if something happens to Gerald McCoy, where McCoy, if McCoy gets hurt, you really lack some inside pass rush because Mitch Unrein, Bo Allen are not interior pass rushers. You almost have to put Will Golston in there at 3 technique as Joe Cullen did way back in the day. Deron Payne, see that I told you the Washington Redskins wanted Vita Vea. They needed a defensive tackle. All right, Trevor, you got to take over. I'm going to go get Jason real quick, and I'll be right back, folks.
All right. Well, you pick interior line players. That's how you win. That's how you win in the NFL. Okay, so we know that the Bucs will not be trading for the next 5 minutes because Jason Light's at the podium. So we're obviously going to have all those quotes and everything coming for you right when Jason Light gets out. And also they're going to live tweet it right now too. So obviously like stay on the stream, but if you head over to Twitter, you can see it as it coming out. And then Scott's obviously going to talk about when he gets back. Deron Payne going 13 to the Redskins. Now I'll tell you, Redskins wanted Vita Vea too. I thought that was a really big potential spot for him going number 13. He ends up going number 12. Kind of a perfect scenario for the Buccaneers who wanted Vea, selected Vea, and it was one spot in front of the guy who was going to really take him. So now I agree. Man, it's 3 second-round picks. Folks, this draft is rich, man. This draft is really rich. 3 second-round picks. Now, I don't think the Bucs are going to keep all of them. I think they're going to trade back up into the first round, probably get a guy that they really want. But it's only going to cost 2, so they're going to pick in the second round anyways. But even if they didn't, 3 second-round picks, one of them kind of at the top, the other one's kind of right in the middle. That's going to be good. That'll be really good. So, wasted the first, so they better be good. We don't know about waste. We'll see, but we'll see. Oh, Saints just traded up. I totally missed that. Are the Saints getting Lamar? Oh no. Oh no. The Bucs gonna have to go against Lamar? Oh no, folks. That'd be a really good spot for Lamar Jackson. That'd be a really good spot for Lamar Jackson. I mean, look, I mean, I know a lot of people aren't super happy with the Vea pick, but this is the worst D-line in football last year, you know? Like, they went out and got a lot of help, and that was good, but some of their helps can age. Gerald McCoy's one of them. You're never sure how the other guys are going to turn out, and I think that's a big thing with Jason Light is he overestimated 2016, I think is the thing. And a lot of us kind of did, but he goes into 2016 thinking, oh, you know, our secondary is fine. We won't need a huge boost in the secondary because they survived plenty in 2016. So it's okay. And in reality, they got a lot of timely turnovers, and that's what really made 2016 okay. And we found that out in 2017 that, hey, guess what? The secondaries group's not as good. So that was kind of what happened in 2016 and 2017. They got some D-line production from some unsung people, like Robert Ayers was better than we thought. William Golston was kind of better than we thought. 2017 rolls around. They don't get that lucky with those guys. Noah Spence gets hurt, and all of a sudden, like, wow, their D-line sucked. So I don't think he's willing to take that risk ever again. You know, I just don't think that he's gonna take that risk again at any D-line spot. I think he's gonna do whatever he can to reload and almost stay deep at the defensive line because I think he knows that that's important. Vea is going to be interesting, though, with the rotation that they have. Right now, they're 4 deep on the defensive line, no question. So you wonder where their number 12 overall pick plays. If he starts next to Jerome McCoy right away or – dude, I mean, Bo Allen's pretty good. So is Mitch Unrein. So, like, I think Unrein's kind of the odd man out. But, I mean, like, Allen was fine. And so I don't know. I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick. Don't get me wrong. Like I would have gone different directions at the draft, but I get it. I kind of get what the pick is with Vea. I get the philosophy around it. So, you guys seem to be like kind of torn. A lot of you kind of really wished it was Derwin, I guess. Safety is just could a Gerald trade happen? Yeah, absolutely. So while we're here, and since Washington drafted Deron Payne already at number 13, the rumor was Gerald McCoy and the Washington Redskins. That was the rumor. So like that was kind of what happened. Now that they have Vea, McCoy becomes more expendable. Now here's the thing about McCoy's contract. He gets 12, 13 million next year. They need that 12, 13 million. Like, unless they're challenging for a Super Bowl, I don't think they're going to want to. I don't think they're going to want to sit at the cap floor that far. So now you got to kind of figure it out. Wow, the Saints took Davenport. Are you serious? I'm reading this on the chat. Oh, no. You saying like, please take Davenport. Okay. Sorry, I was like, that's awful. Jesus. I don't know who it is. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not looking. They took him? Oh, my gosh. They traded from 27 to 14 to pick Davenport? Oh, my gosh. No way. Wow. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm reading about all this. They gave up another first rounder. Y'all see that? They gave up their first rounder last year. Dude, I don't understand that trade up at all. What in the world? How do you pick Marcus Davenport? They just used 2 first-round picks on Marcus Davenport. Marcus Davenport got bodied by Alex Kappa at the Senior Bowl. Bodied. Oh my gosh. How? Sway? How? Man. Man. Whew. It's terrible. It's a terrible move. It's awful. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Davenport's not even going to play. Watch him be a Pro Bowler now. They have Alex Okafor and they obviously Cam Jordan. So where's Davenport playing? Did James fall out of favor because of not wanting to work out? No, John, he didn't. I mean, that is, I cannot imagine that has anything to do with it. I mean, Christian McCaffrey did the same thing last year. The thing is that was made a big headline. Certainly because it involved the Bucs about him specifically not wanting to work out, but that's what a lot of prospects actually do. And for whatever reason, that kind of caught somebody's attention and they made a headline out of it. Like Christian McCaffrey said no to every single private workout last year. He just hadn't. I mean, Derwin James didn't private workout with anybody this year. So that's not like that can't be why he dropped it. He's dropping just because, I don't know, man. I don't really know. His agent like didn't have him work out at all, like at his pro day or anything like that. And I know that rubbed a lot of GMs the wrong way, so maybe that has to do with it. But wow, the Raiders took Colton Miller. You serious? We just saying that. That's another pick that's weird. I didn't want to see Lamar Jackson in New Orleans, man. Actually, I mean, like, part of me did, obviously, because I like to see these draft kids get into the best situation, get the most out of their talent, because that's the fun part of it. Lamar in New Orleans would have been a great spot. I think that would have been awesome. But they didn't take him. Yikes! Davenport's a bad pick. Yikes! It's not good. Now, if any team can absorb a bad pick, that's Saints, because they got like 8 starters out of the draft class last year. I'm over exaggerating, but whew, it's not good. John Gruden, first pick. He's Raiders coach, man. Cole Miller, man. Baltimore's traded the pick. I just heard that like over the loudspeaker. Do we know that yet? Do y'all know that yet? I swear I just heard that like over the loudspeaker. It just said Baltimore traded the pick. I don't see anything anywhere. I swear I just heard that. Y'all heard it? Who'd they trade it with? Traded to the Bills? For Oh, right. They have 22 still. I was thinking of what the Bucs gave up or what they gave the Bucs. And I was like, did the Bills trade like both picks they have in the top 50 next year? What happened? Okay. So they traded back. Bills picking. So the Bills have already moved up once to Josh Allen. Roquan already got picked, didn't he? Somebody just said Roquan. Roquan already got picked. Yeah, Roquan. Yeah, Roquan went to the Bears, so he's not on board. Can't be Roquan. Roquan's a bear in more than one way. Roquan's awesome. This is why you don't let Gruden draft. Amen. Bow, 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 bow. Bills making moves. It's been fun. It's been probably very wacky if you're a Bills reporter. You've been all over the place. Derwin James still on the board and Colton Miller goes. It's crazy. Crazy. Man, where's Derwin going to go? Who's after Buffalo? Who's 17? 17's the Chargers. I don't think they're going to take Derwin. Bills give up their third. Yeah, no, I figured. So the Bills aren't going to pick for a long time. When do I think a run on running backs happens? This is always what happens, man. Like a running back goes early and there's just like a big, I feel like there's always just this big pause. Now, the next running back I expect to get taken is Darius Geis. Here's what I know. The Seattle Seahawks really like Darius Geis. So do the Steelers. So do the Eagles. I think the Eagles are Darius Geis' floor. I think if he makes it to 32, he's going to be on the Eagles. I know for a fact that earlier today I spoke to somebody who said the Bucs are interested as one of the teams to trade up for Darius Geis if he happens to fall. He's falling, okay? If he gets past Seattle here in a couple of picks, be on the lookout for that. The Bucs could very well use one of those, two of those second-round picks, move up into the first round. Geis could become a Buccaneer. So then you go. After Geis goes, then we see the run. Then the run happens. So that's why. It all depends where he's going to go. Wow, Derwin's going to go to Dallas? Maybe. Wow. He talked about it early today. How's the press conference?
Okay, so Jason Light was brief with the media. Maybe he had to go up and take care of some business.
Look, man, he's trying to get Geis.
He did not rule out trading up. He said we may trade up at the end of the first round. He alluded he might trade up in the second round. We'll see. The interesting thing is and he didn't come out and say it, and I almost asked the question, but I didn't, and I'll probably ask him at another time. But listen, Jason Light got shell shocked last year. This defensive line was so bad in terms of having the injuries to Noah Spence, Jacque Smith didn't come back. I know those are defensive ends. But Gerald McCoy missed a game with his arm injury. Clint McDonald missed a game or two. And Chris Baker was ineffective. Will Golston was ineffective, and so I think that he wanted to safeguard. He never wanted to go through what happened last year ever again, which is having to rush for and know that you're not going to be able to get there. And the problem last year was if you blitzed, if you brought an extra defender into the box to blitz, whether it was a linebacker, safety, a corner, whatever, you're going to leave Vernon Hargraves or Ryan Smith one-on-one. And that was a recipe for disaster. So the Bucs were really in no man's land. And it was really because of the lack of defensive line depth. And again, Gerald McCoy is not going to play forever. This team does need to have a plan in place for that eventual day. And it may be a thing where Gerald plays here 4 more years and he retires at 34 or 35. We'll see. But
that's what I'm going to do.
Scott, do you think Light overcorrected on fixing the D-line? No, I don't. I think that he is following Tom Coughlin's example, which is you can never get enough good defensive linemen. Scott, are we trading McCoy? Yes or no? Damn it. My feels can't handle it. I'm not going to rule it out. I have no knowledge or information that they are going to, but I'm not going to rule it out. And here's why. Because at some point in time, you're going to have to part ways with Gerald, whether it's at age 31, at age 34, whatever. What I've written about, and again, I'm not knocking Gerald at all. To me, it doesn't matter if he is here or not, or any players here or not. Really, it's my job to cover the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not exactly individual players. But as it pertains to Gerald, you have to look at his cap value next year, $13 million. And the Buccaneers all of a sudden went from having all of this cap room, Trevor, to when you have to do contract extensions for Quan Alexander and Donovan Smith and Ali Marpet and Jameis Winston, that money's got to come from somewhere. And Jameis Winston right now is already in the books for $20.92 million next year with this fifth-year option. When they ultimately end up doing a contract extension with Jameis, the number is going to be higher just because that's where the quarterback numbers are. And I know that the salary cap is going to climb next year even more than it did this year, and they're going to get a nice little bump from that. But you're talking about 4 players, a left tackle, a middle linebacker, one of the top guards in the league in Ali Marpet, and what we all think or hope or wish that Jameis Winston is one of those elite players as well at the quarterback position. The salary cap situation is going to be completely flipped. You had all these players, these young players on the rookie contracts. Now you got to pay Mike Evans. Boom, he gets a big payday. Cam Brate gets a big payday. So this is what happens when you eventually get good players. They end up getting paid. So the money's got to come from somewhere. And I'm just saying that if Gerald does not have a tremendous year this year,
he's getting 12-13 next year, right?
He's getting $13 million next year.
And you got to, you got to sign Jameis at some point. So that's the thing. Like they still have Quan, they still have Ali, and they still have Jameis. And that's the big thing.
And Bo Allen's going to be on this team next year. And I would like to think probably Mitch Unrein, although that was kind of a one-year deal. But Vita Vea is going to be here. And we'll see what Stevie Kalabatu does and if he develops into a situational player or whatever. But they're smart because it's hard to find defensive linemen, like really good interior defensive linemen. It's smart to
Derwin's going to fall to us in the second round at that rate. That's just somebody just said.
It's smart to find a guy that you can groom under Gerald for a year and possibly replace him or possibly start next to him, this year, next year, for a couple years. Who knows? But it's not always about this year, Trevor. It's not always about 2018.
Oh, they're taking Hernandez? Chargers are?
Wow.
That's high.
That is high.
I love Hernandez, though.
Yeah.
Hell of a player.
He was really good. Boy,
Hell of a player.
He really caught our attention at the Senior Bowl.
He's good.
We were super excited to see this guy block people at the Senior Bowl.
No, Hernandez basically dominated everybody except
there'll be Nathan Shepard from Fort Hays State. Trevor, I'm just going to say this. Trevor.
Yeah.
You've got 3 second-round picks. Let's say you come away with a running back, a cornerback. Nathan Shepard's there in the second round.
Oh, I'm pulling the trigger. 100%. Yeah. The problem is that now they got too many DTs.
No.
So, who doesn't make the team?
Well, the interesting thing is, if you remember last year, the team signed J.J. Wilcox. He never played a down for the Buccaneers. He was one of their top free agent signings.
Right.
And then they upgraded when they had the opportunity to. Yeah. With T.J. Ward, who really wasn't much upgrade.
But at the time,
But you follow the logic there, though. It's the 53-man roster, folks, isn't set until September. Just hang on to your hat.
Is Darwin really going to the Chargers? Somebody just said Darwin to the Chargers. I like Lorenzo Carter. He was pretty high on my board. I think Lorenzo was in the 50s.
Yep, Derwin James, the Chargers.
Dang, Derwin.
So another thing that Jason Light had to say was they brought Vita in. His family lost their home, and they were living out of hotels for quite a while. Never complained. He's a very resilient kid. They got a great thumbs up from Chris Peterson, the Washington coach, who has got a very good relationship with Dirk Cutter, so they got plenty of good intel there. Really made a great impression on the Bucs front office and coaching staff, not just when they brought him in for the top 30 visit, but also in the Senior Bowl interview where the Indianapolis Scouting Combine interview. Scott, did you ask Light if Villa will be our short yardage running back? No, I didn't. We'll get Jason another time. He was kind of pressed for time. I think he wants to get up there.
You can't take the man away. He's trying to get trades. He's trying to get this team good players.
Yeah.
Jason, are you trading up for Derwin James?
No.
Are you trading up for Darius Geis?
Maybe.
Can't comment. No comment. Wink.
I'm telling you right now, listen, if Darius Geis goes to the Buccaneers,
you need to have like a secret.
This man right here will lose his mind.
Great pick.
I'm guessing he is going to fall back. Maybe I should get a pillow to put behind you for your fall. I don't know. So, folks, how are you liking the draft cast? Are we getting thumbs up? Are we getting yeses? Can we see some yeses or thumbs up? Or some no's if you don't like it?
No, people hate it.
If you don't like it or hate it, you're probably...
They wish you had better hair, but, we'll work on it.
I've got hair, man. I'm 46.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Like, look, no bald spot or anything.
Next year, we got to get you with braids.
I don't dye my hair either, Trevor.
We got to get you with the braids. Are you just jet black naturally?
It's like a walnut.
Are you saying I dye my hair?
No. I'm saying me. Okay. I'm 46. I know plenty of guys.
It's a little much for me.
That A, don't have hair. And
can't love the cast, hate the pick. I guess it's all good. We don't have control of the pick.
That's
so
true.
The thing we have control of, you guys like.
Appreciate that. We got a little arms up. You got some.
It has to get a man bun. You know what, Richard? I'm with you.
We'll have to think of a scenario.
Jason
in which
says we're all right. I'll take it.
All right, yeah.
I'll take it, Jason.
Yeah. Shout out from Washington
Packers
State.
Trade with Seattle, which is interesting because they did it one pick after Derwin went, and we knew that they wanted Derwin. So what the crap are the Packers trading up for?
Josh Jackson, maybe? Corner?
The Packers, okay, new defense, not Dom Capers, I guess. Right. Oh, yeah, Van Der Esch.
Yeah. They need an heir apparent to play Matthews.
Oh, yeah, it might be Van Der Esch. It really might be Van Der Esch. I can't believe Landry.
Green Bay traded back to Seattle spot at number 18. Seahawks did not have second and third round picks and wanted more picks badly, according to Adam Schefter.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
I had to do it, Drew. Had to do it to him,
Where's Cook? Cook is manning pewterreport.com. He got the story up for us. I'll say this, not knocking Mark by any means or whatever, but I think Mark is probably more of an NFL guy, more of a free agency aficionado as opposed to the draft. Not to say that he's not well-versed on some of these players that we've written about, because he does his homework. It's just that Trevor and I really kind of dive into the East-West Shrine, dive into the Senior Bowl. Trevor the last couple of years has gone to the Combine. We talk to agents. We go to pro days. We watch probably more, I would say a wider variety of college football games. We know Mark is a big-time Seminole fan. He's locked in on his Knowles on Saturdays, understood. I watch my fair share of K-State games, but the DVR is going. I'm watching and taping.
I don't watch Florida games. Screw that.
Why would you?
Not with Jim McElwain, head coach.
Why would you want to? Who's the coach now?
Dan Mullen.
Who?
Wow, dude. Really?
No, I know who it is. I just want to hear you say it again.
Dan Mullen?
Didn't it feel good? Yeah. Say it again, Trevor.
Way better.
Say it again. Say it again.
Oh.
With pride.
Not Jim McElwain.
Dan Mullen, folks.
Dan Mullen's going to be a good coach.
There's hope in Gainesville now.
Dan Mullen's going to be a real good coach in Florida. Do we know who?
Yeah, I agree. What a crazy, awesome first round. This is what's so awesome about the draft, isn't it? Is just the uncertainty. It's like a cliffhanger ending every 15 minutes, right? I mean, like even when you think that a guy's going to go there, you see someone like Josh Rosen fall, you see Baker Mayfield go first. You see the first trade in what a lot of people thought would be a trade happy first round not happen until 7. And I didn't think it was going to happen at all. You know why? Because they liked Vita Vea and they liked Derwin James enough. And they would have been just fine taking one of those players there.
I said
and it would have been Vea because obviously they took him over Derwin James. So on their board, they had Vea ahead of Derwin James.
Somebody said, wait, sorry.
He's no Willie, Sean Steele. Willie as in Wildcat? Are you talking about Big 12 football there? Let's not talk Big 12 football, KU fan. All right, because you can talk basketball all you want. You know, that's understood. Although next year might be a different story, but only basketball. I know. I hear you. Yeah. So, so who is most likely to take Lamar now? You know, I mean, there's been a lot of talk that he falls to the Patriots or the Patriots go up and get him. I mean, the Patriots still have they've got to pick higher, right? On where are the Patriots picking? Patriots are picking 23. Yeah, so you can see Lamar Jackson there. That UF guy is no Willie Taggart. Yeah, true. It'd be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how Willie Taggart does at Florida State. It really is. See what you want about Jimbo Fisher, but the thing is here.
Oh, wow. They picked Jair.
For the record, I think Snyder is an awesome football coach. He brings up students before athletes. That's true. Bill Snyder, I had the privilege of working at Sports Information for my last 3 years at K-State, working with the football team and doing some media as well. Did some writing for a Buccaneer Magazine-esque publication called Purple Pride back in the day, and also wrote for the student newspaper and got to really cover Bill Snyder. And the guy he's a genius. He is a living legend. There's no doubt about it. So, Mark Cook, famous Amos Cookies. Excellent. Appreciate that. Bucks public relations staff. While we have a little bit of a lull here, I wanted to tell you about a new advertising partner of ours. You'll see their banners tomorrow. Fitness Tech. Mark Cook has entered the building here. He's entered the room. He's been in the building. Mark has got some back problems, and he might be the next client at Fitness Tech. I will tell you right now that I have been a client and am a client of Fitness Tech. And Kevin Vada is a guy that's well-versed in MAT, which is muscle activation techniques. This is crazy because I do a lot of sitting in front of a computer for a living. I also do a lot of driving, so I'm in a sitting position, which is one of the worst positions that you can have. You middle-aged guys out there and you millennials like this guy, it's coming your way. I'm just telling you. I'm forecasting the future here, so pay attention. When you sit in a chair, whether you're driving or whether you are at a laptop, you have a tendency to kind of bow your back and slouch your shoulders, and it just kind of happens naturally. And so it, it's one of those things where your muscles in your lower back can get messed up, and not just like inflamed or tweaked, but they can be inactive. And if you need to go to a chiropractor, and I've been to chiropractors, I've been to massage, I've had massages, everything to try to get my back right. And what I found out was when I went to Kevin at Fitness Tech for the muscle activation techniques therapy, I sit like at it with about a 5% turn this way, and that's just how I sit. My torso is rotated a little bit that way rather than being straight on. It's a bad habit of mine, and he said it's very commonplace. And as a result, the muscles on my lower left side of my body have become inactive. And he's got these techniques that actually activate them, and it straightens up my posture naturally. And all this pain that I've been having on the right side is slowly going away because of that. And it's one of those things that I didn't know. See, and I got you on the posture train now. But there's these crazy techniques that he does. You really have got to check this out. If you have any type of sports injury, if you have any type of car accident injury, or any type of muscle concerns or any type of recovery from surgery that's not going as planned, definitely see the good folks and Kevin at Fitness Tech. You'll see their banners on our website tomorrow. Highly recommend them. A lot of Buccaneer players have actually gone there too. They do everything from sports rehab to fitness training, and they certainly help you out. So you middle-aged men out there who are like me, take care of your backs, take care of your shoulders. I got a bad shoulder too, and Kevin's working wonders. So I highly recommend them, and please give them your business as well. Scott and Trevor, what do you think? What do y'all think of Isaiah Oliver? I like him.
I like Isaiah Oliver a lot, but he doesn't fit what the Bucs do.
One more thing about Fitness Tech. They only in Tampa. They have 2 offices. One's in Tampa, one's in Odessa. I go to the Odessa location, but highly recommend them. I've had the good privilege of going there, so I can report firsthand that it actually works. I first found out about it from my doctor. She rides horses in her spare time. She is a big equestrian enthusiast, and she has fallen from her horse plenty of times and gotten back injuries. And the only thing that's helped, not chiropractic care, not massage. This is the only thing that's helped her, and she turned me on to Kevin and Fitness Tech, and I totally agree. Scott, you're 100% right. I have a ruptured lumbar disc, and chiropractic, et cetera, are a weekly part of my life now. I hear you, David. I feel for you. My back is still not 100% right, but it's heading in the right direction, which I really am excited about. So definitely check them out. We'll talk more about them tomorrow and Saturday, but highly recommend Fitness Tech. And as we're waiting for the Dallas pick to come in, see, do we know the pick yet?
I don't know.
Don't know it yet.
I don't see it.
Just a reminder, mybookie.ag is the title sponsor for our video draft cast. Log on to mybookie.com, create an account, use the code word pewter. They're going to double your initial deposit up to $1,000. So drop in $200, boom, you're at $400. You can wait until football season to do some sports gaming, or you can take part in NHL, NBA playoffs. The Masters is coming up. Major League Baseball is going on right now, so there's plenty of spring/summer sports to wager on. And then, of course, we got football season that'll be here before you know it. Trevor, you were saying that the draft got here before you know it. It's going to be football season before you know it.
Yeah.
It's like right after this, all of a sudden it's rookie minicamp, it's OTAs, it's minicamp, it's what 6 weeks off for summer that feels like about 6 days, then boom, we're right into training camp. That 6 weeks is really our off season. It's technically, I just broke the mic here. Sorry about that. It's really our off season. People always tell me in January, so what are you going to do in the off season? Oh, I don't know. Just go to St. Petersburg for a week for the East West Shrine. Go to Mobile, Alabama for a week for the Senior Bowl. And Mark Cook is being creepy behind us. Is Ryan Smith improved? I don't know. You say he is. We'll see. VH3 was awful inside 2016. Personally, I'd like to see him outside, but in press, he definitely is better in press. I think that's something that the coaching staff learned. Mark, do you want to chime in with some draft analysis? Mark is a little bitter about Derwin James not becoming a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I'm actually okay with it.
I'm bitter that it wasn't Eddie Pinheiro.
There's still that chance, Trevor.
Well, now it'll be gone now.
Why?
I mean, he's obviously going to get gobbled up, you know.
Eddie Pinheiro, he's got 3 second-round picks.
No, he's already gone.
He's got 3 second-round
picks. No,
he's
not going to get past. Yeah, he's going to Dallas right
Eddie
here.
Eddie Pinheiro?
Right here. Kicker. He's going to Dallas.
No way.
Jason got roasted by the TV commentators on the bad picks.
Did he?
By the way, I thought Kuiper was going to have a stroke, which Kuiper's his favorite.
Yeah.
But he lost his mind.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
He lost his mind.
Listen,
a lot of guys were just shocked too.
Time will tell. All right, time will tell. You're not a fan of the pick either.
No, I
right.
think it's awful. I think that's. I think Dirk and Jason just signed their ticket out of town. I do. I'm not even joking.
All right.
Exaggeration.
Well, we have this video documentation of that now. So your prognostication here as of April 26th.
Vander Esch, is that who it is, guys?
That's the guy. Yep.
Is
Vander
it?
Esch. Yep.
All right.
I actually called that too. How am I doing?
Vander Esch had 12 private visits. 12.
He was a busy beaver, right?
Well, I mean, he only had 1 year to take. He was 1 year of starter. I mean, I think he really wanted to see was.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, you don't like work him out, you know.
Huh?
You don't like work him out on a private visit. He just had a lot of buzz. He was a guy who he's had a lot of buzz. That's what.
Who did Seattle draft?
They traded back with the Packers.
That's right. Okay.
Who took Jair?
All right. So, I've got another
Bills went Tremaine
pick.
Edmonds.
Of all the ones
Correct.
we talked about, as
I think we got
possibilities
3.
for the Bucks, Vega was my least favorite. I would have preferred Nelson. I would have preferred Ward, to be honest with you. Secondary help. They've got a. The good news is, and the only saving grace to this is picking up those 2 additional picks where they can address running back and also cornerback. They've got to do that in the second round.
Yeah, but they could have got Derwin, you know.
Unless there's just something we don't know about Derwin.
Maybe.
You know, that he's a knucklehead that hasn't been reported.
Well, listen, I mean, when you look at I mean, I had an interview with JP Peterson. I think you guys might have been on with JP on 620 as well over the last week or two, you know, and JP is just like you, Mark. He is a big time Knowles fan, but he was not a fan of Derwin James at all, you know?
But like I made the argument to him is, he says, well, you know, as a safety, you got to make plays. Well, Jalen Ramsey had 1 interception his last year. I think he's doing okay. Teams tend to stay away. But part of the reason Derwin didn't have maybe the stat numbers was the fact that he was used all over the field. How many snaps did he actually take as a pure safety in Charles Kelly's defense? Not many. You know, but you know, like you say, time will tell. You know,
I think
listen, Vea is an athletic freak.
Right. I think Vea is fine, but you know,
I just think the need was greater in the secondary.
Way greater.
Yeah.
Bo Allen. They didn't have Jerome McCoy. If they didn't.
Yeah, it would look like a great pick.
If you didn't add Curry and JPP, you know, I think it makes a lot more sense. I just really surprised, and you know, he's a great guy. But
can y'all hear Mark at all? I know he's probably like soft, but
probably better they don't
give Cook a mic. You want the mic?
No.
You want to trade spots?
No.
Okay.
Somebody said no and yes.
I got to get back in there, and we had Vea briefly on the teleconference.
He hates Vea. He does.
I don't hate him. I hate the pick.
They can't hear you. They can only hear me. So Mark Cook hates Vita Vea. Said he'll fight him.
No, that's not.
Said he'll fight him before the card. Jude will be the final fight.
No, that's not true. I'll take Jude first fight and Vea second.
I think we need a battle royale between Jude, Cook, and Vita Vea.
Loser leaves town.
How about like
loser leaves town?
Loser leaves.
How about like a sumo wrestling match?
Okay,
that would be
Come on,
something.
I'm going to lose a sumo wrestling.
Well,
nah,
you would lose a fight. You would lose with Vita Vea, with Jude. Jude would take you in a heartbeat, dude.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would.
He's going to wrap me up, hold me down.
Oh.
Not let me get any punches in.
What's the Vea? Wow.
Here's my commentary. I like Vita Vea. He's a great football player. I hate the pick. And I think Jason and Dirk just signed their walking papers.
So Mark Cook says last year in Tampa Bay for Dirk Cutter and Jason Light.
Can't wait for him to predict 12-4 again.
Yeah.
No, this year 4-12. There's my early prediction.
4-12. Okay.
No, they'll win 8 games.
Red hair men that age who are draft salty, dangerous. Just saying. Agreed. Cook. Would we take Dante Jackson? Dante Jackson, Trevor, in the second round?
No.
LSU?
You have to.
No.
He's 178 pounds.
No. They already have their slot cornerback. His name's
Yeah.
Vernon Hargraves.
They got to move up and take a running back. They got to package 2 of those twos to get
Mike Hughes.
Darius
Yeah.
Geis.
I think Mike Hughes could be one
Mike
of the
Hughes?
guys in the second round.
Who?
Nice.
At what?
He's upstairs.
Fine.
He's nutty.
He runs the football.
He's also going to run himself on the injured reserve.
So?
Chris Ivory.
So?
What do you mean so?
But
He's not going to do him any good
it's
if he's
foot.
not
I'm
playing.
so tired of this argument. It's football.
No, I understand.
Every
football,
player
but if
can
you
get
can't
hurt on
play,
every
but
single
if
play.
You're not on the field. You're
When
not
has he
helping
been
the
hurt
team.
ever other than last year? Tell me.
Last year?
That's it.
But he didn't play
That's
that much
it.
the year before.
Are you serious? He played for Leonard Fournette and got 1,300 yards.
Leonard Fournette was the guy that didn't play a whole bunch.
Yeah, why?
Because he was hurt.
Because he's a big physical running back that likes contact.
Barkley doesn't even take contact.
Because no one can catch him.
Oh my gosh! In the lead. Oh my gosh!
All right.
I'm so tired of this argument.
All right, so listen.
They can't hit me hard if they can't catch me.
You can't not pick a running
Darius
back because you
Geis
don't like
missed
physical
one
yards.
game. He missed the Troy game, which is the reason why LSU lost.
You can't not
Okay?
pick a running back because they
Listen.
don't like being physical,
Listen.
and then at the end of the year go,
Listen,
we need
Darius
more yards
Geis,
after
stop.
contact.
Listen, Darius Geis missed one game last year, and he did play with the sprained ankle. Okay, he had an ankle, and he missed the Troy game. He was hurt against Syracuse. They won that game 35-26. He had 8 carries for 14 yards. He got hurt, scored 1 touchdown. He came back, 17 carries for 50 yards in a 17-16 win over Florida Gators.
But Scott, let's face
Hold
it,
on.
he's playing in a soft conference. It's the SEC.
Then he gets 71 yards again on a bad ankle against Auburn in a 27-23 win over the Tigers. And then against Ole Miss, 276 yards.
Geis got worse
And
every
a
year. Are you
touchdown.
serious?
What?
Somebody just said Geis got worse every single year. So you mean the 2 years that he rushed for 1,000 yards? Sure.
No,
Listen, after his injury, he had 276 yards against Ole Miss, 71 against Alabama, 147 and 3 touchdowns against Arkansas, 97 against Tennessee, 127 and a touchdown against Texas A&M, and then rushed for 98 yards against Notre Dame.
Fan. You people aren't listening to me. I'm telling you what we've been told.
You just said yards per
Remember-
carry got worse every year, and he had 2 years. Both of them are really good carries.
I'm a fan. I'm just saying
Red.
I
Oh my
prefer
gosh!
Barkley.
Get out. All right, I'm tired. I'm tired of this. I'm not talking about it anymore.
Better eat those cookies before I take them.
You just take them.
I'm going to put mine over here out of reach.
Just hit 'em.
Got a sweet tooth, sorry. All right, Trevor. In 2016, Geis ran for 1,387 yards and 15 touchdowns. Last year, he had an ankle injury for most of the season and rushed for 1,251 yards and 11 touchdowns, while averaging 5.3 yards per carry on a bad ankle. And he caught 2 touchdown passes. Just saying.
Go back to TweetDeck. I need you to watch that.
Yep. Steelers trade Martavis Bryant to the Raiders.
Yep. Raiders just got Martavis Bryant. That's crazy.
Wow.
I saw somebody say that on there, but I only saw it once. I was like, I don't know. Are they just like suggesting that?
Let's talk one more thing about Vita Vea. Here's the interesting thing. He is going to be playing some 3-tech. He's going to be playing some nose tackle. He can even play some 5-tech. The Buccaneers defensive line, their first unit, their first string, if you will, consists of Vinnie Curry, left end, Gerald McCoy, 3-tech, Mitch Unrein, nose tackle, JPP as the right defensive end. The second string defensive line consists of Will Golston, left end.
They're cutting Will Golston next year.
Yeah. Well, either that or he better step it up like quickly.
More than he ever has in his entire football career.
Yes,
Sure.
like ball out. Vita Vea, 3-tech. Mitch Unrein, nose tackle. Noah Spence, defensive end. That's the second string for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as of right now.
Mm-hmm. No, it's good.
That's a hell of a lot better than it was last year. A hell of a lot.
No, I was
better.
telling people when you were gone, Jason got burned in 2017 because his 2016 was like okay, like in the secondary and on the defensive line. And then all of a sudden, both of those things dropped off because they were fool's gold in 2016.
Yes.
And in 2017, they were reality. And Jason had like nowhere to turn.
Yeah.
And he will never let that happen again.
He got shell shocked big time. And listen, great that it
Why are
happened
you
because
saying like Geis? Geis for you say okay for the next pick. Okay.
Oliver guys.
Like people are like saying what the picks are, and I appreciate it because like I'm taking a look at the screen, obviously more than Twitter. But then they'll say like
The Lions got Frank Ragnow.
he's got to be Geis, and I'm like, where?
Yeah.
Where? What's happening?
So
Ragnow would have gone. I know this for a fact. Ragnow would have gone to the Bengals at 21.
Yeah.
And the Lions just took him one.
All right.
pick
So
before.
what do you do there? Do you go James Daniels
If
Iowa, Billy Price
for
the Bengals, because they also like Will Hernandez, who was also gone. They need interior.
No,
linemen.
Hernandez is there.
Will Hernandez?
He didn't get
drafted.
No,
he didn't get drafted.
Hernandez didn't get drafted, right, guys? No, he didn't.
Okay, I thought you said he did. Maybe I misunderstood.
Somebody just asked, why doesn't Oliver fit what we do? So this is like an interesting question.
Yeah, he is still there.
This is an interesting question because it's not like Oliver, like as a talent, would be bad for the Buccaneers. But like what Oliver does is, so Oliver is a bigger, longer corner. So he's a guy who uses his size as a cornerback to his advantage. He has some of the longest arms in the cornerback class, which is his best asset. When you have a cornerback that has long arms and is strong, which he's decently strong, the reason why he wouldn't be a good fit for the Buccaneers, or why I say that, is because when you have longer arms, you want to be able to play press close coverage. That's the best kind of defense, ultimately. If you were to design the perfect cornerback, it would be a player who has the size, the length, the strength, and the speed, because you want to match them up in man coverage. You want them to be able to blanket whoever you have around you, whatever wide receiver one is on the other team. So that's the thing with Oliver. Oliver is a man coverage, press coverage cornerback who plays close to the line of scrimmage and wins a lot because he can get his hands up, because they're long. He's got long arms. So he can get his hands up into wide receivers so you can get bumped off the route, so he can adjust the coverage, so he can stick with them better.
In your opinion, and I know this is not necessarily the type of guy that Mike Smith wants, but in your opinion, do you think that he's the kind of guy that's actually needed?
Yes, no question. And so that is Art of Free Speech. Your question there, isn't that a guy who we want covering Julio Jones? Yes, 100%. Here's the thing. Mike Smith is one of the most philosophical, like to the book, we're going to run our scheme defensive coordinators in the league. And we saw that a lot last year when they were really struggling with off coverage and cover two, and they continue to run off coverage and cover two. So I get that sometimes that they don't have, that they sometimes don't have the horses to finish the race or whatever you want to say, but Billy Price, the Bengals. Wow. Okay. I don't know if that's
that's what I just said.
You just said that?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
I thought it would be Will Hernandez, but I'm not surprised it's
of course, anytime, right? And that's the thing with Oliver. I think Oliver's really good. I like Oliver. I think Oliver's got a lot of potential. But that's why, like, I would say that a guy like Josh Jackson, who is somewhat of a bigger, longer corner, is a better fit for the Buccaneers, because what the Buccaneers do is they play off. So they play almost what I would call chemistry coverage, where you really do have the two outside cornerbacks and the two deep safeties working all as one, instead of just like matching, like man up to each one and that's your assignment. No, instead you kind of have to know everybody. So that's why the Bucs sometimes do that quarters coverage where they divide the fields up into fours. The Bucs play a lot of chemistry coverage where their cornerbacks will be off. They have help from the safeties, whether it's shallow or deep. It takes a lot of chemistry to run that kind of coverage, and it's not as much physicality. Oliver didn't play that a lot at Colorado, and that's what the Bucs play. That's the kind of stuff that Josh Jackson actually plays. So if they wanted a cornerback that fit what they like to run right now, Josh Jackson would rather be the guy. But if they're going to change it up, and I don't know if they're going to get more aggressive, because if you ask me, cover one, cover three defense, aggressive cover one, cover three is a championship defense.
I agree.
That's how you do it.
You got to pressure and listen,
pressure and man coverage.
Yes, pressure, man coverage, and
well, at least close coverage.
And when I say pressure, I don't mean just up front. I mean pressure the wide receiver. Don't let him get into his route. Reroute him, jam him. Give that quarterback an extra second. Disrupt the timing of those routes that the receivers are trying to run. That's where you get interceptions. And that's where you get sack fumbles too. And the quarterback has to hang on the ball because the receiver's not where he's supposed to be in a timing route, because you have an aggressive cornerback playing close to the line of scrimmage and jamming and rerouting. That's something that was sorely missed. So the Bucs didn't have either last year. They didn't have the pressure up front. They didn't have the pressure in the secondary. It was a pressureless defense. Now, having said that, see an awful lot of you guys that are ragging on Mike Smith, and I get that. And I think Sean even said that Mike Smith makes bad in-game adjustments, and I agree. However,
you don't make any.
However, and I'm not going to be a Mike Smith apologist here, but I will say that he did not have a lot to work with last year. I do think
no question. I don't think any of us are debating
that he should have taken more risks. I think it's a crime that Levante David and Quan Alexander, who are perfectly capable of blitzing the quarterback, finished both with 0 sacks. That's a crime. I think sometimes you got to pick your poison, and you die quickly rather than die slowly. And why not take a gamble and blitz the linebackers?
So Ken just said that he did have stuff to deal with because he said pick up from 2016. 2016 was luck. And I kind of said that in one of the cover threes that I wrote early, like in the middle of the season. They got lucky that Will Golston got them sacks in 2016. They got lucky that Robert Ayers got them sacks in 2016. They got lucky that Keith Tandy literally gave them 3 or 4 3
wins.
3 wins. Keith Tandy got them 3 wins just because he had timely interceptions.
Yeah. Keep in mind that Keith Tandy got 2 interceptions in that last game of the season, which was a 17-16 win by the Buccaneers against the Panthers.
Yeah, 17-16, 1-point win. It came down to that 2-point conversion, right?
And Keith Tandy had 2 interceptions.
So that's why I say
Brent Grimes had a pick 6 in that game.
That's why I would say the thing about Jason Light picking a defensive lineman early and probably picking a corner at the second round, something like that. Light's going to overcompensate for this.
He's going to draft a couple corners
because he's never he's never going to let his team be in that situation again. And if he picks the wrong coaches and if Dirk Cutter and Mike Smith suck in the end, okay, fine, he's going to get rid of them. But still, why the off coverage? Why the stunts? That's the thing we don't know, and that's the coaching, no question.
Yeah.
But like, it's not like they got way better. I mean, I'm telling you why in 2017, or I'm telling you why in 2016, it was somewhat fool's gold because this defense, the Bucs defense, with the same staff that they had, still finished like middle of the pack to like below the half of the NFL, for bottom half of the NFL in sacks. I think maybe not. You have to check me on that. And I know they finished worst in certain passing categories. So like this was a bad. The Bucs
2016.
The Bucs were a bad defense in 2016. The thing is, they got turnovers, timely turnovers that helped them win games.
Third down conversions. On offense, they were number 1. But you know what? That's a little bit of a fluky stat when you look at the fact that they were in the bottom half or bottom third in a lot of other defensive categories. Total defense, passing defense, sacks, all those things.
Ooh, Titans traded.
Yes, and the scuttlebutt on Twitter is that Mike Vrabel wants to get a linebacker here, a pass rusher, ahead of Bill Belichick.
Oh, wow. Is it going to be
Harold Landry?
Harold? Wow. Great pick. Great.
Ravens trade the Titans the 22nd pick and the 215th pick, which is a 6th-rounder, for the Titans' 25th pick and their 4th-rounder, which is 125. So... All right, listen, we had Trevor, we had a question that was a couple minutes ago that I want to get to. We know that Mark Cook is not in favor of the Vita Vea pick. Now that it's happened, what say you? Do you applaud the pick?
The Vita pick?
Yes. I applaud the pick. I will go on record saying I applaud it. And I'll say that because he's a Bucs best bet. We had him as the number 1.
Depends with their scheming
pick, but in the last, or I should say, in mock drafts 2 and 3, and almost 5.
I mean, it depends with their scheming, but like, I'm lukewarm on it.
Yeah,
I know it's a cop out, but like, I think Vea is like a fine player, but again,
I'm going to say this though. I like the pick, but Vita Vea is not going to make a huge impact this year. I do not think that Vita Vea is going to have a massive impact.
But then why are you picking him in the first round?
Because he is a talented player whose best is yet to come. That's why.
Yeah.
It takes defensive linemen sometimes, especially tackles.
I think I would. I mean, like I would have picked Derwin.
I wouldn't have been. I would have
picked Derwin.
Monday mailbag question 1. Hey, Mark, do you like the Vita Vea pick? That's funny. Better than Derwin James.
Yeah,
Derwin first should have been a pick. Yeah, I would have been fine with either one. I mean, it was a toss-up for us. And again, our job when we do the mock drafts is who do we think the Bucs are going to pick? It's not who does Scott Reynolds want or who does Trevor Sikkema or Mark Cook want.
Rashaan Evans? Who did Harold Landry kill, man? How in the world?
I'm telling you right now, Harold Landry.
Oh, yeah, Rashaan Evans is a stud. I love Rashaan Evans. I wrote in my positional rankings, like everybody talked about it being Tremaine Evans, Roquan Smith at the top for linebacker, and I tried to tell people Evans is there. It's not a big 2, it's a big 3.
I'm not that high on Evans myself.
How dare you?
I've just seen enough Alabama linebackers. I'm a little jaded.
That's literally the phrase that I use in the position rankings. I say, don't get Alabama linebacker fatigue.
CJ Mosley is one of the standouts, though, and we'll see if Rashaan Evans can live up to someone of that caliber. I think CJ Mosley.
All right, so we're at 22 now. I'll give you guys a little bit of Darius Geis update. I've been told that the 3 teams that are the competition for Geis, if the Bucs were to trade up, are the Seattle Seahawks, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Philadelphia Eagles. Those are the 3 teams that are also interested in picking Darius Geis if he's going to go in the first round. So if the Bucs want to draft him, they're going to have to get ahead of them. Seattle picks 27, Pittsburgh picks 28, and the Eagles picked 32.
Trevor, your show, I got to step out real quick.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Lamar going to the Patriots. That'd be crazy. Lamar going to the Patriots.
I think it's going to happen.
Lamar to the Patriots? Yeah, it might. Oh, shoot. The Patriots are up now. It might happen. No way New England will only draft short white guys. That's funny. That is funny. Who are the Patriots going to pick? I mean, kind of. That's why I believe it. Not that I can't be convinced, but obviously I watch a lot of these guys. I'm pretty passionate about what I do. So, yeah. I don't mean to make it sound like I can never be convinced or something, or that I always know it's right. But, I studied this for a long time, studied these guys for a long time. So I'm confident in what I believe. So you gotta be a little bit here, Hayden Hurst to the Pats? That'd be terrible. That'd be awful. God, that'd be awful. Hayden Hurst is 25. Has a wide receiver been picked yet? No? Don't think so? Don't think so. Lamar Jackson. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I never know what the Patriots are going to do, and I think if anybody has anybody says they have an idea, they're lying, because the Patriots always kind of outthink everybody. I don't think Ridley got picked. Wait, somebody said something. Were you confident when you basically said that Beckwith would be a bum, Trevor? Thought so. Wow. Interesting. Didn't say that Beckwith was going to be a bum. I said that I didn't like trading up for a guy who had just torn his ACL when linebacker is at no point in need on your team. So I didn't say he was going to be a bum. I said I was worried about him taking on blocks and being a Sam linebacker, and he still kind of struggled with that in his first year, even though he did a lot of other good stuff. So, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Trevor just got in. What do I think about the Bucs selection? I think it's interesting. I think that Villa's obviously a super athletic interior defensive guy. I think that spending a top pick on a defensive lineman is kind of the staple of how you go about things in the draft. But I think I would have picked Jair Alexander or Derwin James over a guy like Vita Vea. So that's my thought. That's kind of my thought there. It could all work out because it depends what they're planning. Obviously, what they have to do with McCoy is going to mean a lot in what happened with Vea and how they prioritized him. So I don't know. I'm not on that side of the wall, so I don't really know that part. So it's hard for me to totally judge the pick, depending on what they do with Gerald McCoy. So that's my answer to that. Do I think he would fit with the Buccaneers? I mean, Shaq Griffin's a really good football player, so I think he's going to fit on literally any team. So, what's the score of the Golden Knights game? I saw that they were winning, but what's the score of it? Are you still killing it? 4-0? Oh my goodness! Yikes! God, the Golden Knights are good. Bolts are really going to play the Golden Knights if they make it all the way, huh? Whew. They're up 4-0 in the first. Oh my lord. Okay. Whew, rip. Oh my goodness, the Penguins won? Well, I guess it's the Capitals, so you can't not choke. Cannot choke there. Somebody asked me a question. I missed it. I'm sorry. Somebody asked me about Harold Landry. I have no idea why he's falling. Harold Landry's 2016 tape is like amazing for a pass rusher, especially in a specialized draft. I don't understand why Harold Landry's still here. I really don't. Him and Josh Sweat are two guys I thought would go I thought Harold Landry was going to go in the top 20 at least, and I thought Josh Sweat was going to go in the mid-20s. I guess not. Yeah, the 2017 tape was definitely iffy for the ankle, but I mean, if you're a pass rusher, your ankle is everything. So, yeah, no, I'm with you there. So you can't even judge Landry on last year. You just can't do it. You got to wait till he gets healthy. So Isaiah Wynn going to the Patriots is what you guys are saying. I didn't check Twitter. So word on the street is, I guess, man, I don't know. Maybe. And see, that's the big thing is I don't know personality about guys. So we don't get to talk to him. So that's kind of an element. If
Isaiah Wynn?
Yeah, Isaiah Wynn with the Patriots.
I met him at the Senior Bowl. Great guy.
You got to talk to him?
Yeah.
I didn't get to talk to him.
Fantastic guy. You talk about a leader. You talk about a tremendous, versatile athlete. Guy played left tackle, and he's built like a guard. I mean, he is every bit of 6'2", 313. He's a St. Petersburg kid. Mike Mayock says he could be a left tackle. He's got the technique to be a left tackle. I don't know that he has the frame to be a left tackle. He's certainly not Nate Solder, right? I mean, he's not 6'7" like the former Patriots left tackle. So, but I think he's a tremendous guard. And you know what, Trevor, I think he's more of a technician than a mauler per se. But way back in the day, Bill Belichick drafted this left tackle. He was a touch undersized out of Fresno State. Moved him inside to guard, and he went on to become a Pro Bowl guard. Talking about Logan Mankins.
Never heard of him.
And I don't think that Isaiah Wynn is that style of football player, but I think he's that type of football player that he can make the transition seamlessly from left tackle inside to guard, and got enough strength, got enough athleticism. He's a technician. And I think that Logan Mankins was also a technician, but I think he was a road grading mauler in his day. But I really like Wynn.
Why am I yawning?
I don't know. You're the millennial. You're supposed to be up till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's getting close to my bedtime, folks. It's 10:40. So I'm giving you some bonus coverage here.
I'm supposed to see Infinity War at 2:30 a.m. tonight.
Well, I'm going to go home and do 2 stories tonight. So while you're watching Avengers die left and right, I'm going to be...
No spoilers, please.
No spoilers. I'm going to be doing some stories that you guys can read bright and early on pewterreport.com.
Nelson reminds me of Mankins. Well, the Bucks don't have Nelson, so don't talk about him in the chat. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Drink 3 things of Mellow Yellow. God, I haven't had Mellow Yellow. Geez, so long, forever. Panthers on the clock. I think it's either going to be Jesse Bates or Justin Reed. That's my guess. That is my guess.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Darius Geis. He fits the running back mold at Carolina. You know who didn't really fit the mold was Christian McCaffrey. You know, just didn't. That was an odd pick for me.
Well, they picked Curtis Samuel after that, so they better know what they're doing.
I think they're trying to do things that they're not. I think they were trying to be a little different, trying to get a little faster. But you know, when you look at the Ron Rivera, he is a a run mauling type of guy. Likes to just pound the rock. And you know, when Jonathan Stewart was their pounding back for quite a while.
Guys,
you know,
C-Mac, please no. Yeah,
D'Angelo Williams was
a
little bit more of a slasher, but he could break some tackles too. I just think that Darius Geis, who's an angry runner, a very physical running back, I think he would fit in tremendously well in Carolina. Not saying I want that to necessarily happen for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' sake, but I think it would be a good fit. We're trying to text some of our sources here to get some more information for you guys.
No, I think Christian McCaffrey's fine.
No, I like him. I think the way they used him is okay.
Guy, I think he can be a between the tackles guy too, but like I don't think he can be a workhorse between the tackles guys. So like you're gonna have to get a different running back eventually, you know.
What's up, Animal? I see you, Joe. How you doing, man? I'll tell you what, we've had a lot more people here in the chat room than we had last year. So it's great to see you guys.
No, it's really fun. It's really fun when you guys do all this, man. Panthers going Hernandez, says Blake.
Yeah, I can see that. They lost to Andrew Norwell.
I think they're going secondary. I just think that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing it's going to be a secondary pick for a while here, but
where do they get Harold Landry?
No, they're not going to pick Landry.
Who are their defensive ends? Stan,
they have Charles Johnson and Julius Peppers still.
I think didn't he retire or didn't they cut him? I think Uncle Stan is I think he's one of their defensive ends. They got old guys at defensive ends. So on.
Trade up for Laundry, please. No, I have enough laundry. Thank you.
Landry. Would there be something if they drafted a defensive end with the next pick?
Who?
The Bucks. You've got Noah Spence, Vinny Curry, Jason Pierre-Paul, you know, and it's like, you know, at what point do Brett Maxey and John Hoke go, what the?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, can we get a player for our secondary?
Any chance they trade Djax? No.
No, not this year. They can't because of the cap hit. They would trade Gerald McCoy before they could trade Djax.
Wait, which joke? Oh, the laundry joke?
I don't think they're
funny.
I don't think they're going to trade Gerald this year.
DJ Moore to Carolina.
I could see that.
Okay. I mean, man, he's been saying it.
DJ Moore.
I mean, that's it. Who are their wide receivers right now? Who's Carolina's wide receivers?
I'm about to tell you, Trevor. Wide receivers, Devin Funchess, Torrey Smith.
Oh God, yeah, they need DJ
Bird
Moore.
And Russell Shepard.
Yeah, they need DJ Moore.
And Curtis Samuel really didn't get an opportunity last year to show what he could do. And I don't know that Curtis Samuel's going to be a great player in the NFL. He's a second-round pick. Is he more of an athlete? Is he more of a guy without a home?
If you guys want to know what we're laughing at, it's the last thing that I tweeted.
Wow.
You guys haven't seen it.
Josh Allen's not the only one who has tweets that he wishes that he didn't post and regrets, right?
DJ Moore killed the combine.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about DJ Moore. I think that DJ Moore is a phenomenal, like, after the catch guy.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get the ball in his hands, then he can do a lot of things. He's got a lot of great balance. He can break tackles. He knows how to get away from people. He has that speed and athleticism. It's before the catches that are sometimes I'm skeptical with more about.
6 foot 210. Who's the comparable to DJ Moore? Who's your NFL comp to him? Mike Mayock is saying,
Who's he
run
saying?
after catch like a running back.
Right.
Right. So
Right.
that's there for sure. But
I'm trying to think of like a.
I'm going to tell you who I think the comp is, and I'm going to get like a lot of boos and a lot of eye gouging and head scratching. He reminds me of the player that Aurelius Ben was supposed to be. He reminds me of the guy that before all the injuries and Ben's career got sidetracked and stopped before it started. There's a reason why Aurelius Ben was taken in the second round. It wasn't necessarily a bad pick. It just he got hurt and hurt and hurt and hurt. He was kind of like one of those Mr. Last kind of guys. So from an athlete and size perspective, I think that's the comparison. I think DJ Moore's going to be better than it really has been, but I think that the Bender, I think is exactly right. But I think that
we're really going to let the Falcons take
Taven Bryan?
No, Harold Landry.
I don't know. I guess so.
Wow.
I don't think there's anything we can do about it, Trevor. We're sitting here.
He reminds me of Steve Smith.
Steve Smith's little, though.
I mean, DJ Moore's kind of little. Steve Smith's actually a good comp.
Well, 6 foot 210. I mean, Steve Smith's not that big.
Steve Smith is probably 6 foot, right?
No, I think he's more like 5'10".
Look it up. Look it up right now.
I'm going to.
Look it up. How tall is he?
5'9".
Wow.
Told you. I said 5'10". He's 5'9".
I didn't think he was that small.
Yeah. Ravens on the clock.
Ooh, Golden Tate. Golden Tate. I like that
Golden
too.
Tate.
I like that a lot.
That. Yep. I think that's a good comp.
That's a good comp. That's a really good comp.
Yep.
Golden Tate. Yep.
Worship again. You get the credit on that one for sure. Ben, Mr. IR. Exactly. Yep.
Who?
Yep.
Who? Oh, Aurelius Ben.
Yeah.
Vita Vea.
Landry will
for the person who just got in. 5'9" is what I aspire to be. That's funny. Jarvis Landry. Yeah, that's a decent one. I think I like Golden Tate more than Jarvis Landry, but I can see that one.
Yeah, I can see that too. All right, here's the thing.
Paris Warren. Oh, I see you, Chris.
Paris Warren.
I see you, Chris.
That ankle, though. All right, so let's.
Wasn't Paris Warren the guy who?
He had like the massively dislocated ankle on a touchdown.
Yeah, but like he had that monster preseason game and then got hurt. Right, that was Paris Warren.
It was that same game.
So I was at that game.
Yeah,
I was actually at that game.
I was at that game.
I was sitting in. We were actually sitting in the end zone
game number 4.
that he was coming into.
Yeah.
And he was having a monster game. And
7th round pick out of Utah, if my memory serves me correctly. See, I can remember crap like that, but I can't remember stuff from like yesterday or last week. You 40-somethings feel me out there, I know. So, Larry Brackens. Larry Brackens, oh, God. Larry Brackens, what a train wreck that pick was. Scott knows Darnell McDonald. I do know Darnell McDonald. Yes, Darnell McDonald was released the Bracken. Yeah, Darnell McDonald had some potential, but he just didn't have the work ethic. Horace Copeland. Yep, I remember High C. Boy, what Horace Copeland could have been if not for that torn ACL. You guys remember him and Lamar Thomas? Both those guys were from Miami. Ended up being drafted in the same draft by the Buccaneers. Maybe bring back Dexter Jackson. Slip and slide? No. I actually coined that name, by the way, slip and slide, because it drove me nuts. Here you had a guy who was drafted in the 2nd round, one of the faster wide receivers, just complete wimp, but I want to say a different word because it's more appropriate. But this guy, seriously, if he wasn't fair catching the punts, he would catch it and then literally take a couple steps and slide down or duck without even like getting any contact. And he was an awful pick by the Buccaneers. Absolutely awful. That was one of Bruce Allen and John Gruden's worst picks by far.
Ravens pick is in. Do we know, folks? Do we already know? Y'all already say it? Maurice Hurst. Jesus.
Hayden Hurst.
Hayden Hurst or Maurice Hurst?
Hayden Hurst. I'm not a Maurice Hurst fan. I'm not. I think he's okay. I don't think Maurice Hurst is that great. Just got a text from Jimmy Lake, former Bucs defensive backs coach, and who is the defensive coordinator at the University of Washington. Just texted me, and he said, "Hell yeah, Vita Vea, you just got a difference maker. So glad you didn't draft the DB." And this is coming from a DB's coach, right? I mean, Jimmy Lake is a DB's coach at heart.
Hayden Hurst.
So glad you didn't draft the DB. And like, let's give some props to Jimmy Lake for all those DBs he cranks out at UW, right? Sidney Jones, King, Buda Baker last year. You know, they got Rag, that safety, who is supposed to be tremendous up there in the Northeast. I think he is a sophomore this year. I think he'll be a junior next year. He is projected to be a first-round pick. He said, "Hell yeah, Vita Vea, you just got a difference maker. So glad you didn't draft the DB. You got a big human that will play for years." All right, now see, here's the thing. Let's go back to last year, Trev. Do you remember when we thought for sure that the Ravens, and we know that Ozzie Newsome, who played what position at Alabama and later for the Cleveland Browns, Trevor? What position did Ozzie Newsome play? Tight end.
Tight end. Sorry.
Okay. And for him to pass on O.J. Howard to give Joe Flacco a difference maker at the tight end position and instead draft a cornerback from Alabama, which made sense because Ozzie played at Alabama. But to pass on O.J. Howard was a head scratcher. And when that happened last year, when the Ravens passed on him, I said, wow, the only team that could possibly stand in the way of the Bucs drafting O.J. Howard would be the Tennessee Titans at pick 18. And I knew that the Tennessee Titans also liked Adoree Jackson. And so did the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers liked O.J. Howard and Adoree Jackson, the cornerback / punt return / kick return guy from USC. And as it turns out, the Titans and John Robinson, Jason Light's good friend, made Jason's job easy. I'm going to take one of the two guys you like. And all of a sudden, Jameis Winston were happy campers because they got an extra weapon for Dirk's offense. They wanted a 2 tight end set, and they got that with Cameron Brate and O.J. Howard. But, yeah, that was – this is a year late, in my opinion. They should have drafted O.J. Howard. I'm glad they didn't because I like having him here in Tampa Bay. O.J.'s a great guy. I get a chance to know him. He's going to be a star. I mean, I love Cam, and Cam's great, but O.J. has some tools that even Cam will admit that he doesn't have. But having both those guys on this team from a 1-2 punch standpoint or from just a depth standpoint, if something happens to Cam, you still got O.J. If something happens to O.J., you still got Cam. It certainly helps out. But when we saw that last year, I jumped out of this chair and ran in there and banged out the O.J. Howard story lickety split because that was we could see that coming down the pike. So let's see here. I think Tampa Bay should draft 3 wide receivers in the second round. I think they're going to draft a wide receiver because I don't think Deshaun Jackson's going to be here next year. His cap number pretty much says that he won't, unless he just has, a crazy 1,000-yard, 1,200-yard season with 8 or 10 touchdowns. But I don't see that happening per se. Trev, Scott, if Willie Hernandez is available at 38, do we take him? Hell yeah, right?
Who?
Will Hernandez at 38 if he's there. The Bucs take him.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Can you imagine Will Hernandez, Ryan Jensen, and Ali Marpet as your interior? Millennial.
Sorry, what?
Can you imagine Ali Marpet?
No, it'd be great.
Ryan Jensen.
It'd be nasty.
Will Hernandez.
Grit. A lot of grit.
Yeah.
A lot of nasty.
Yeah.
A lot of spit and vinegar.
The pick is in for
A lot
the
of run
Atlanta
blocking.
Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons.
Who they pick?
Wide receiver.
Who?
Calvin Ridley.
They pick Ridley? Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
That's cool. Calvin Ridley's good as heck, so.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. It is Ridley. Sorry about that. And it's just, Vinny says, don't let it be Ridley. It's Ridley. Austin Corbett. Boy.
Thoughts on Lamar Jackson?
Hold on. Let's talk about Austin Corbett.
Okay.
That's a guy to keep an eye on in the second round for the Buccaneers. I'm telling you right now. That's a guy.
Thoughts on Lamar Jackson to the Jags if he's there? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, my gosh.
The if
Oh, my
especially
gosh,
now
yeah.
that Hurst is off the board because we knew the Jags like Hayden Hurst for
Yeah.
whatever reason. Lamar Jackson should absolutely go to. What does Lamar Jackson do?
Corbett beast.
Lamar Jackson is literally just what they tried to do with Blake Bortles last year, except he's a better runner.
You know, and the other thing,
Like
too,
year one. Even if he doesn't like improve as a passer, he's better than Blake Bortles.
Yeah. you know, Julio and Ridley twice a year. Yes. And see, here's the thing. This is just like the Vita Vea pick for the Buccaneers. When you have Julio Jones and Mohamed Sanu, and who are the other receivers they got on their depth chart? Sorry, folks. Past my bedtime. I got to consult my cheat sheet here. Justin Hardy, who's a good possession guy. They lost their speedster. I forgot who that guy was. And Marvin Hall. Yeah, so they need another receiver, not just for this year, but also for the future. Julio Jones isn't going to play forever. Mohamed Sanu is not going to play forever. Mohamed's 28. Julio is 29. Okay, so they're getting up there. So you need to get some receivers, and not just, the run-of-the-mill receivers, but you need some premium receivers. If you're going to have Ryan, who's going to be your long-term quarterback, you're working on a long-term extension for him, and you think he can play well into his 30s, he's going to probably outlast Julio and Mohamed. So why not get someone who is an elite receiver like Calvin Ridley? Some would say, Trevor, that Calvin Ridley was the number one receiver.
That would be me.
In his draft class.
He's a tactician.
A technician or a tactician?
No, the second one, I think.
A technician?
Yes, with route running.
Okay.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I said the first time.
But
like
a tactician, but he probably is tactical.
tactical. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think he's beautiful with his footwork, whether it's at the sideline, doing routes. He's a master of that. He's a master of stopping on a dime, being able to move here and there. I think he's a good wide receiver. He's got great hands too. He's just not like super tall or super athletic. Okay, that's fine. I think he's a master of the rest of the wide receiver position. He's been good for 3 years.
Have fun running Hargraves that matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to cook the crap out of Hargraves unless Hargraves gets better.
They've met a couple times.
Well, Vernon Hargrave struggles against Alabama wide receivers, whether it's Amari Cooper or Calvin Ridley.
Yikes.
He struggles against receivers from Mankato State named Adam Thielen or wherever he played.
I think you're right. I think he did play at Mankato State. Let's see. Bucks want Hines. You mean Naeem Hines? Hines is pass. Who is Corbett? Okay, Austin Corbett from Nevada is, Doug Gabriel is gone. Yes, thank you, Chris. Austin Corbett is the guard from Nevada, and he is probably right below Will Hernandez. I think Hernandez probably a touch better, but Austin Corbett is a phenomenal player. If they get him in the second round, be happy.
Remind people the Jason Light Dirt Cutter quotes are up in a story right now.
Okay, we just got a story up. If you didn't hear Mark, we have a couple stories up about Vita Vea. I'm going to be writing another one tonight with some scoopage. Bucks and Light get their ass kicker in Vea. I like the headline, Cook. I do like that. It's really good. I think we'll give Jason an assist for using the term ass kicker, but good of you for put it.
I just got a better picture.
I love how Jason Light says, we got an ass kicker, and then he kind of looks at the PR staff. Can I say that? It's like, you just did,
What's your language, Mr. Light?
Listen, I got no problem with the word ass kicker. And this is football. All right. I mean, pretty soon the league is going to go to two-hand touch, which will sicken me to no end. But in the meantime, let's kick some ass and have some ass kickers.
Trevor, you need a break?
He's not hearing you. He's on his phone.
Yeah. It just looked really bad on Sunday.
So when we have meetings and we're talking about really important stuff for the future of our business, we have to say, Trevor, what do you think? And he's like, what?
What?
Huh?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Trevor,
Yeah, I heard you.
what did I say?
You said when I'm in meetings, I
Okay, all right, good. We have a lot of fun on the staff. There's no doubt about it.
Remind people to follow us on Instagram.
Follow us on Instagram.
Behind the scenes
We have some
page.
behind-the-scenes pics. And what else?
That was it.
That was it. Yeah, some behind-the-scenes pics
I'm
on
trying to find a
Instagram.
certain GIF for a tweet right now. I can't find it.
Struggles.
It's rough.
Struggles
Man. It's rough
of a tweeting millennial.
because it's perfect.
I don't think I've ever tweeted a GIF in my life. No, I take that back. I have. But it's just Kansas State like clips and stuff. But that's all. Let's see here. They are awful. Who, millennials? That's anyone under 30. Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. Except for my kids. They're pretty cool.
My son was not a fan of the pick. He said, "This is why I hate the Bucks. I hope they lose every game now."
Oh my. I'm still trying to convert Logan from being a Ravens fan to being a Buccaneers fan. I mean, his dad only covers the team, you know.
He said they are worse than the Browns. They literally signed 5 defensive tackles this offseason. You can only play 2. So, like, what are they thinking?
All right. Is it true what they say about Sony Michel's knee? We've had that question come up over and over and over again. What do you think? Trevor?
All right, I didn't hear that one.
Sony Michel's knee, is it bone on bone?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes.
You know that for a fact.
That's what somebody said this morning. That's what the report was this morning. It's bone on bone.
So he doesn't know for a fact.
Okay, so when you say the reports, you mean like the rumor?
And I'm
The
pretty sure
truth?
wasn't it Schefter that said that? I think it was Schefter.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care. Was it bone on bone last year? He hasn't done anything since the season.
Yeah.
Played with it last season.
Well, the funny thing is that was the same thing people said about
I don't care about a running back. I mean,
Ajayi.
like, I'm running a. Yeah, J.J. has bone on bone too.
Yeah.
Like, what does it matter?
Yeah. So basically what it means is
running backs rarely ever get out of their rookie contract anyway.
Yeah.
So what do you care?
it means their career is going to be over at 27 or 28 rather than 29 or 30.
That's why I don't pick running backs high, but I also don't really care. If there's a good
Yeah.
running back, I'm just going to pick him.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Just preparing
Very
you
aware, Scott. Very
for
aware.
that possibility.
Did you just jinx it?
What?
Did you just jinx Darius Geis going?
I don't know. Might have. I don't know that
Seattle?
for sure. I've not seen anything about that.
Jerry McNichols, but he saw.
Isaiah Wynn said the only contact he had with the Patriots was an interview at the Combine. They never worked him out. They had a 15-minute interview with him at the Combine, and they made him their first-round pick.
Who's this?
That was Isaiah Wynn, the Patriots.
I mean, it's not
He's
always
got-
about private interviews,
He's got
I guess.
impeccable tape. He's got impeccable character. He was a team captain. I mean, you know, he's a guy like Saquon Barkley. Like, what do you need to know? You know, we saw what he did at the Combine. We saw his wonderful production at Penn State. The kid's an A+.
The pick is in. I don't know.
Whoa!
No way!
Oh my goodness!
No way!
Oh my goodness!
No way!
Wow! Did not see that at all.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. Holy smokes. Listen, I'm a huge fan of this player. He is
It's
not
Rashad
a
Penny.
first-round pick. He's not a
They just
first-round
picked
pick.
Rashad Penny.
That is nuts.
Oh my
That is
gosh!
This is over Sony Michel. This is over Darius Geis. This is over Nick Chubb. I like Sony Michel. I really do. Okay? I do. But he's not that good. That's true, Ken Green. He's not that good. Yeah. Yeah. Penny is not the second best running back in this draft. And I like Rashad Penny a lot. Rashad Penny has got some holes in his game. He does. That's early. Listen, Rashad Penny he's not as tough as I want him to be at 220 pounds. He's not as I think he's a second rounder. I know Vinny says he's a third rounder at best. I think he's a second rounder. I think he's a late second rounder. Listen, he has got great return ability.
That's crazy, dude. Oh
Yeah.
my.
But here's the problem.
Hey, you know what? The Seahawks like not protecting for Russell Wilson.
Yes.
So this pick makes sense.
Yeah, it does because that's their MO. Listen, he is a tremendous run to daylight guy. He's tremendous in space.
Oh my
My problem with Rashad Penny is there's not as much space in the NFL as there is at San Diego State. And listen, he had big games against Stanford. He had big games against Arizona State. He had. This is a great play here against in the passing game. I mean, he's got jets. I love him in the open field. But how many 60-yard touchdown runs do you see in the NFL? How many 80-yard touchdown runs?
They don't happen.
How many 40-yard runs?
Don't happen.
They really don't.
Know?
He's capable of doing that. But at the NFL level, you got to break some tackles because the linebackers close quicker. There isn't the huge boundary area. There's no real wide side of the field like there is in college because the hash marks are different in the NFL. So, golly, I like the player. I don't like him as a first-round pick at all. Listen, Rashad Penny, I think he's the kind of guy that he's going to need some time. You can't play him on third downs because of the pass protection issue. Because whenever, and Trevor, you're going to back me up on this, right? Whenever Rashad Penny is in the game as the third down back, you're going to blitz if you're a defensive coordinator, right?
No question. Now,
you're going to blitz.
Yeah.
You're going to absolutely blitz. And tell me about the strength of Seattle's offensive line, Trevor, to begin with.
Bad.
Okay. So now you have a bad offensive line that will have problems blocking on third and long situations. And then you want to have your first-round pick on the field first, second, and third downs. But I'm telling you right now, and I love Rashad Penny. I really like the player. I like the person. I spent some time with him at the Senior Bowl. Great guy. But he is a liability in pass protection.
Somebody just asked about Geis's character concerns. I don't know.
I don't know either.
We've never met him. We don't know. If you thought there were smoke screens for picks, I can't trust somebody talking about a character issue for a running back. I've never heard anything bad about Geis. I really haven't. So it doesn't exist really to me. The rest of it's just rumors. I've never met the guy. He follows me on Twitter. I follow him back. He seems cool. I mean, I don't get to interview him. So, and that's all, Is Fortnite a character concern? A concern. Depends where he lands, honestly. Depends where he lands on the map. That would tell me if he, character concern. He lands at Tilted. He's my kind of dude. He's a Spartan.
Let me just say this. Is the happiest person in the building the happiest
it's a lot, Chris. It's a lot
in the building right now.
I don't know if that's true.
Brenson Buckner.
Sure, I guess.
I mean, it's like it's like you went from Arizona, right? There was a regime change there. Arians, retired.
Tilted Towers is a bust.
Okay,
sorry, it's a Fortnite thing.
Yeah, I get it. My kids play Fortnite, so I get that, Trevor. I understand why
you damn kids,
being the big kid you are, like to play Fortnite.
You damn kids.
But Brenson Buckner, right? You come to Tampa, cool. I get a job, I know Jason Light, and I get Gerald McCoy to work with. Oh, we're going to give you Bo Allen, and we're going to give you Mitch Unrein. And then we're going to give you Vinny Curry. Oh, wait, hold on. Christmas isn't over yet, Brenson. We still have more presents under the tree. Here's JPP.
Yeah, and now the first-round pick goes to him.
We're not done opening presents, Brenson. Go over there. There's one over there behind that little
it's
area
large.
in the room.
It's bigger than the tree. It's
the
bigger
big
than
box.
The tree.
No, the big one. That's not. That one's mom's. That one's yours.
I just like Geis a lot because Geis is so much of a run after contact guy, and I was totally with Dirk Cutter when we asked him at the combine, hey, what was missing from Doug Martin last year? What was missing from the running game? And he said yards after contact. He's like, Doug Martin was successful the year before and every year that he's had the 1,400 years because
I hear you, Sean.
He has been able to get no. They didn't pick Terrell Edmonds. No way. No way. No. That can't be right.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No way.
Both Edmonds
Terrell
brothers
Edmonds?
going in the first round.
No way. Over Reed and Bates? Over Harrison?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just happened. Mike Tomlin knows his DBs now. I'm not going to second guess that pick. Yeah, Dallas is going to boo that pick for two reasons. Number one, Goodell's at the podium. Number two, it's the Steelers pick. They remember the 1970s in that game in the 90s.
Oh, my gosh, man. I just texted Ledyard. I'm going to see what he says. I just texted him.
I was asked, who do I think the first Kansas State player is going to be drafted? I think it's going to be DJ Reed. The Atlanta Falcons, I think, are going to get him as their nickel corner. I think maybe in the 5th round. Look at this. Ryan Shazier walking. Look at this.
That's
all right,
amazing.
the boos have come
amazing.
to an abrupt halt. And here you have Ryan Shazier walking with some assistance. You know,
I love Ryan Shazier,
man.
too. This is amazing.
Wow. That's a great moment. That's a great moment. Wow. For those of you who don't know, Terrell Edmonds is Tremaine Edmonds' brother. They both played at Virginia Tech. Edmonds, the strong safety. Terrell Edmonds, strong safety. Tremaine Edmonds, outside linebacker. Ryan Shazier standing, walking, announcing the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What a tremendous surprise. I didn't know about that. Maybe the people in Pittsburgh did, or maybe other people did. I didn't know about that. That's fantastic. That was awesome.
That's incredible.
College Football Talk says Ryan Shazier easily the best part of the 2018 NFL draft. It's not even
amazing.
close. Agreed. You retweeted that.
That's so scary, man. Going through what he went through.
Yeah.
Such a good player,
And
too.
you know what, too,
Such a good
Trevor,
player.
we've seen harder hits. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's just the form, man. It's just how it compressed the spine.
Exactly. It's crazy. I mean, we have seen people. I've seen hits live. I've covered the Bucs for over 2 decades. I've seen hits where I thought literally someone was going to die on the field, you know, or be paralyzed like Darryl Stingley was, you know, from Jack Tatum's hit, you know, way back in the day. Bone crushing hits that weren't as bad really as Ryan Shazier's, but great to see him up, and I think his playing days are over. I hope they are. I hope he doesn't play again. I hope he just
Shazier's not going to
just
play
makes
again.
Dennis Bird. Exactly. Yep, exactly.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
I love him. I love that dude,
Yep.
but
yeah, God's got a different plan, for Shazier, but it is miraculous that he can walk. Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Antonio Callaway to New England at 31. They love drafting troubled Gators. There you go, Trey. What do you think about that?
sure, why not? He's not going to go 31, but
Yeah. So we are coming to the close of the first round. Of the Buccaneers going to pull up Mark Dominic back in 2012.
Jaguars pick is in.
And move up and get a running back at the end of the first round.
Look, man, I like Terrell Edmonds, but
that's a reach. I mean, we've seen a couple
over
reaches now, right?
Reed and Bates and
Rashad
White
Penny,
and,
now Terrell Edmonds.
Yikes.
Folks, if you're having fun out there, and I think that you are. I think
they're going to go Will Hernandez, the Jaguars. I think they're going to go Will Hernandez. That's my guess. It's just a guess.
Nope. There you go, right there. Trev, right there.
Ooh, what?
Yeah.
What?
What did we say with Tom Coughlin? What did we say about Tom Coughlin and his approach to building championship teams? Trev, up in New York,
Yeah.
you have Michael Strahan, you have Usi Umenyiora. What do you
Never-
do?
Never
You draft
stop.
Justin Tuck.
Never stop.
You draft
Reloading the
Matthias
D-line.
Kiwanuka. You draft Jason Pierre-Paul.
It's Taven Bryan, by the way.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So you've got Malik Jackson. You've got Marcel Darius. You draft Taven Bryan. You keep the D-line train going. That is Tom Coughlin, folks. That is Tom Coughlin to a T. Do I like Taven Bryan? I'm not a huge fan of his. Do I like the pick? No. I think they need a wide receiver. You look at the Jacksonville Jaguars wide receiving core. There is no more Allen show. No more Allen and Allen. Allen Robinson is gone. Allen Hearns is gone. You have Marquise Lee and Dante Moncrief as your number 1 and number 2. You have Rashad Green and Jalen Strong. And Dede Westbrook, I think he's probably their best receiver, in my opinion. I think he's got the chance to be a really good one. 4th-round pick last year. Big-time speed merchant. But there are going to be a lot of receivers in this draft. But you could have got – and I'm not a huge fan of Cortland Sutton, but that certainly would have been a big body guy for Blake Bortles to throw to. Or, like you were suggesting, maybe Lamar Jackson there. Now, who's on the clock next, Trevor?
The Minnesota Vikings.
Right. And then who's on the clock next?
The New England Patriots.
Now, I think they're going to draft a quarterback. Is it going to be Lamar Jackson?
Lamar.
Or
No.
is it going to be Mason Rudolph?
No, it's not Rudolph. No
You
way.
don't think so?
No way.
All right.
No way.
All right. Mason Rudolph reminds me a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
So as I was saying before, if you're having fun today, and we've had a lot of fun tonight for sure, make sure that you come back tomorrow night. We're going to be on right at 7 o'clock, right at the start of the NFL draft for day 2. Buccaneers, as it stands right now, barring any last-minute trade-ups in this situation, and there's 3 picks to go. Minnesota Vikings at 30, New England Patriots at 31. The Vikings are on the clock right now. And then your Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl champion, Eagles at 32. And rumor has it they want to trade out of the 32nd pick. Will Jason Light trade up here? So we shall see. But we're going to be back at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So be sure to tune in for that. And we're going to be here all day on Saturday as well, from noon until the end. And right now the Buccaneers don't have a 7th-round pick. Is that right?
Yes.
Or
Because they traded it.
Or did they have 2 set? No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they only had 1, and that was the compensatory pick. So we might be getting out of here early on Saturday, which wouldn't be a bad thing because there is a Lightning Go Bolts playoff game tomorrow afternoon, actually, 3 o'clock. So let's see here. Okay. Appreciate it.
Don't forget about Josh Sweat in all caps. This draft did not go the way I thought it was going to go.
You and everybody else.
Like, just
And
like
Trevor,
so
my friend,
many
it's
picks.
that way every year. That's the beauty of the draft. It never goes the way it's supposed to go. That's why you don't see
It's
anybody
only
saying,
beautiful. It's only beautiful
I
if
got
it
20
works
out of
out.
32 picks on my mock draft. No, you're not going to find that guy.
One year I got 8.
That's good.
I know.
Like, that's
it was
really good. Yeah.
So
if you
two of
can
them,
get 8 or
two of the
10,
picks,
that's
two of the picks
huge.
that I got right were actually 2 trades that I literally called
like
with the correct team,
the correct team and
correct
number.
player
Wow,
at the
that's
correct
good.
number.
That's really good.
It was the Rams both times.
Wow. Okay. So yeah. So
That helped.
we're thrilled with our traffic numbers. Thanks to you guys. We beat last year. So fantastic.
Did we beat last year? Nice.
Yeah, we beat last year's about
Nice.
2 hours ago.
Nice.
Which is
Nice.
great.
Nice. No, it's great. No, you guys were. I mean, we had a couple picks left. Obviously, we're not really going anywhere after this. But I just said I got back Penny to Seattle.
What?
Somebody just said I just got back. What the frick? Penny to Seattle. Look, man, I'm as surprised
Yeah.
as you are. Geist out of the first round, I guess. Maybe we'll see. Pittsburgh's the last team that I think would take him. Or sorry, not Pittsburgh, Philly.
New England Patriots? I'm just saying. Let's look at the Patriots depth chart, shall we?
I thought you were saying like they picked him.
No. I'm just
like, oh my
they
God.
could take him.
No, they got their
they
guy.
drafted Lawrence Maroney 1 year in the first round, if my memory serves me correctly. Running back depth. They have Jeremy Hill. They have James White. They've got Mike Gillislee and Rex Burkhead.
Mike Gillislee, Gator great.
And Brandon Bolden. They got like a bunch of like Jags, a bunch of just guys. Now, I like James White. I think he's pretty good, but
They're all okay. They're just dudes.
yeah, they're just guys, but they have a system there, Josh Sweat is JPP 2.0 with quicker hands. There is a fireworks joke in there. Oh, God. Mike Hughes.
Okay, so we did a podcast with one of the Vikings reporters, and they said Mike Hughes serious consideration because they want to have more flexibility at their secondary spots. So Mike Hughes goes up there. That could have been a Buccaneers target in the second round.
Definitely. We had
Josh Jackson. Josh Jackson's going to go second round, huh?
Possibly, yeah.
Seems like it.
Yep.
Okay. Josh Jackson, actually, the one that would fit the Buccaneers better.
Fit. Yep. Scheme fit.
We'll see. We shall see.
So just looking at our Bucs best bets, we nailed Vita Vea. We still have PJ Hall, defensive tackle. I would not rule out the Buccaneers getting another defensive tackle. I don't think they're going to, but I wouldn't rule it out. I'm just saying. Tyquan Lewis and Justin Lawler, both of those are defensive ends if the Bucs pick a defensive end. Linebackers, Shaquem Griffin. That's a possibility. Leon Jacobs from Wisconsin. Mike Hughes was our Bucs best bet early at the cornerback position.
Rounds 1 through 3, right?
Yep.
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, they will probably draft a cornerback in round 2. Isaiah Oliver, Josh Jackson, Dante Jackson. Any other second-round cornerbacks that you see that would be fits, Trevor?
Second rounders. Trying to think in my head. If there's somebody late that I liked. Holton Hill's okay, but he's not what they want. J.C. Jackson just doesn't process things as well as I wish he did. He's a more of a guy you take a risk on. Top of the second round, I think Jackson's the guy on top of my head. Am I forgetting somebody big?
I'm looking.
I don't want Dante, or I don't want Dante Jackson. I think he's going to be a nickel. I think he'll be a fine nickel, but you were really hoping Hargraves is better on the outside. Oh, MJ Stewart. I like MJ Stewart. I think he'll be a little bit lower.
Yeah, second round. Though?
No, we're talking about corners. We're just talking about corners.
Yeah,
we're not talking about Harold Landry.
I'm telling you right now, I don't think Harold Landry.
Carlton Davis. Again,
I get see
again.
That.
See, these are guys who win with physicality.
Yeah, Carlton Davis is a man.
Isaiah Oliver, obviously still there. Didn't mention him. Sorry, but Isaiah Oliver and Josh Jackson, two really good corners. If they took either of them, it makes sense. Davis only wins with his physicality, though. So he
doesn't have long speed. Does
he is very much a. If he can't bully you, he's just not a.
He reminds me a little bit of Brian Kelly in that aspect.
Who, Carlton?
A little bit.
I don't know enough about Brian Kelly. I didn't study those guys.
Brian Kelly would just kill you at the line of scrimmage.
Then
and this is back when Tampa 2, when part of that cornerback's job was to just reroute guys, right? And he had a wicked just press jam move at the line of scrimmage and could reroute guys. So yeah. Josh Jackson, Dante Jackson, Isaiah Oliver, Carlton Davis, Anthony Everett, Trevor?
Anthony Everett, yeah.
Yeah.
He's spunky.
Duke Dawson?
He's spunky, but I mean, like, these are guys. I'm taking these guys way later than what you're talking about.
Yeah. Now let's get back to the Bucs' best bets because in the
poor man Sam Madison. Sam Madison's good though.
In the second day, or I should
how
say,
poor are we talking?
In the late rounds,
before Trev interrupted. Dang right, I interrupted. What were you going to say about Landry? Somebody asked. What were you going to say about Landry?
I think he's overrated. I think he's Gaines Adams.
Oh.
I do.
Well, I wish I didn't ask you that now.
I think he's an outside speed guy.
You think he's Gaines Adams?
I think he's an outside speed guy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's it. He's a one-trick pony. Outside.
Now, here's the thing
rush.
about Landry. If Landry really is hurt, like if his back and knee are really that messed up, yeah, it makes sense because that's your bread and butter as a pass rusher. You have to have, obviously, your back is such a big deal.
I saw him have one good rush against Mitch Hyatt in the Clemson game. One. And it was a bull rush. I give him credit for that. And I don't think Hyatt was expecting it at all. He caught Hyatt's inside foot. He wasn't planted. He had his weight on the outside
2017
foot.
or 2016?
This was last year.
Okay.
At Clemson.
Okay.
And that was the only good rush I saw. And I just wasn't that impressed.
Hmm.
I think Mike McGlinchey handled him. I think Mitch Hyatt handled him. I just was not that impressed with him. So
I mean, like his 2017
good
tape's
long
not
arm.
great.
Yeah, he's got an okay long arm.
His 2017 tape's not
He's
great.
a little too finesse for me.
I mean, he is finesse, I guess,
Yeah.
but I thought.
So
I mean, he gave Clemson nightmares in 2016. So that's why I asked which game you watched.
Yeah. Debut cornerback Michael Joseph is still in play for a Bucks best bets. Obviously, Derwin James is gone. Strong safety. Keep an eye on Penn State's
New
strong
England
safety,
got Michelle.
Troy
That's
Apke.
what somebody said.
What's that? New England Sony Michelle. I could see that. Yeah, it's a good pick. So those are our defensive Bucks best bets that we still have on the board. Obviously, let's see some of our offensive Bucks best bets. The quarterback still in play, Kyle Lauletta.
Yeah, gross.
Kyle
Lauletta is not good.
Luke Falk.
Luke Falk also not good.
Watch the Bucks get one of those.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. They're not good.
Running backs, we actually had Naeem Hines here.
Kyle Lauletta is literally just Ryan Griffin, but younger.
Okay. And Chase Edmonds in rounds 4 through 7, the Fordham running back. I think the Buccaneers are now in play for Nick Chubb. I think if they're going to be targeting a running back, it could be Darius Geis or Nick Chubb.
I was going to say, Geis ain't there.
Yeah.
Geis still there.
Wide receiver, we have both of our guys, Dante Pettis in rounds 1 through 3. Obviously, he would be like a second or third rounder. And then Justin Watson from Penn. They brought him in for a top 30 visit. Keep an eye on that guy in day 3. Offensive tackle, Mike McGlinchey. We took him as our, if they're going to draft the tackle in the first 3 rounds, it's going to be him. He's gone. Humboldt State's Alex Kappa just seems like a Jason Light kind of offensive lineman. Long hair and mean and nasty.
Big fan of long hair.
And
Joe No Boom. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing.
I didn't love No Boom when I watched him. I really didn't. Like, I think he's shifty in pass protection, but then he's like really risky in run. And I don't know how well that translates in the NFL because most of the time it's the other way around. And yeah, but if you don't have power in college, I mean, like you don't just get it out of nowhere in the NFL. I mean, like you can improve technique, you could be better with it, you could position your feet better, you could kind of like anchor a little bit better. But like some guys are just strong, and No Boom wasn't one of those dudes. So like I'm not a No Boom fan just because I'm worried about that. Like if you can't run block, if you can't at least run block as a staple in college football, then I can't really trust you in the NFL. But that's my thoughts there. Cole Miller. Yeah, Cole Miller. I don't like Cole Miller either, but he's already gone. He's somebody else's problem now.
All right. If I could just say, all right, the Bucks have 3 second-round picks, and here they are.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear it.
Geis or Chubb, I'm fine with either one. Austin Corbett, the guard from Nevada, and then one of the cornerbacks, Josh Jackson.
I mean, that'd be a hell of a haul.
Yeah, if this team came away with either Geis or Chubb, Ronald
Jackson. Jones is okay. I like Ronald Jones.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Ronald Jones.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen,
Ronald Jones is good.
Ronald Jones might be the guy.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about him. Yeah, they like him a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I would have called myself.
They're getting a running back, folks, somewhere.
Yep.
Hernandez get picked?
No, not yet.
Oh, wow. Okay. We sure? Did Hernandez get picked?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Going on in my mind.
Penny, Ridley, Hurst, Moore.
No, he didn't. Okay, so he's still there. They have a plethora of guys that they can pick.
Yeah. And they got some ammunition if they want to move up.
I wonder who the Eagles are going to pick.
In the second round, they can do that.
Ronald Jones is crazy because like he wasn't that fast in 2016, and then all of a sudden, like hit 2017 tape, he was like foot in the ground, 100 miles an hour, and I'm like, wow. Normally,
who is this?
Ronald Jones.
Yes.
Like he just did not. He was not that as fast as he was in 2017, and that's good. That's a good sign. You know, obviously you're getting better.
Yeah.
You're getting faster too. So no, Jones is a big home run guy. He's good.
Josh Daniels is another guy from Iowa. Yeah. If he transitions to guard, I could see that.
He's a finesse dude though. So I
he
wonder.
is. He's an Iowa offensive lineman, though. Usually pretty good.
Corn-fed.
Yeah.
No, Daniels.
Brandon Scherf, Marshall Yonda, all those guys. Trade? Trade to Ravens? Is that what's happening here? Eagles are trading the 32nd pick to the Ravens. Yeah. This might be it. This might be a
Is it going to be Lamar?
Lamar Jackson.
It's going to be Lamar?
Could be Lamar Jackson. Or it could be a center, too. They need somebody to replace Ryan Jensen. Joe Flacco's still the guy, but he's not going to be the guy forever, so Lamar Jackson could be the guy. If that's the case, my son Logan's going to go bonkers.
If what? It's Lamar?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a good
He's
pick.
a huge Ravens fan,
That's a good
much
pick.
to my chagrin.
If only they didn't draft.
Logan's
Hayden
already
Hurst.
talking crap about the Ravens-Bucks game that's coming up in Baltimore this year.
Oh, yeah. They knew who they were picking. They knew who they were picking.
Yep. Baltimore Ravens have selected Lamar Jackson.
Man, that's awesome.
All right, so don't be surprised if the New England Patriots come around in the second round and get Mason Rudolph. I'm going to call my shot right now.
Patriots?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to call my shot.
I feel like if they would have wanted a quarterback, they would have gone up and got one already. You know? All right. No trade up.
Folks, that will do it.
But guy's still there. So,
that's right.
I mean, no trade up, but guy's still there.
The second day, didn't it just get more exciting, right?
A lot more exciting, yeah.
Second-round picks for your
Yeah.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's crazy, right?
Yep.
So we want to thank mybookie.ag as our title sponsor for the live streaming videocast here at PeterReport.com, live from $1 in your place. Be sure to log on to mybookie.ag. Open an account. It helps us. The more business they get from our PeterReport.com readers, the more they're going to be supporting us, which is great. And we can do more fun things like this DraftCast. So sign up, go to mybookie.ag. If you mention the code word pewter, you're going to get your initial deposit doubled up to $1,000. So if you want to put in $500, they're going to match it and give you $500 of real money to do your sports gaming with. Right now, you can bet on Major League Baseball, hockey, NBA playoffs. Right now, Masters is coming up. You've got wait, did the Masters already happen?
Yeah.
What's the next big golf event that's coming up?
The Open?
The Open. Okay, yeah. I was thinking about the Open. All right, the Open's coming up. And then football season is going to be here before you know it. So sign up at mybookie.ag. Sorry, it's past my bedtime, folks. 11:34. I get up at 5:30 in the morning every morning. So don't
All right. So that was round one. That was fun.
That was a good time. And we also want to thank Fitness Tech. If you have a type of performance based results that you want to get from your training, the folks at Fitness Tech can take care of you. They got muscle activation technique. If you have injuries that need rehabilitation and recovery, Fitness Tech is the place to go. 2 Tampa Bay area locations, one in Tampa, one in Odessa. I visited the one in Odessa. Kevin Vada, their head trainer over there, is MAT certified. That means muscle activation technique. So be sure to check out their website and learn all about it. Great stuff. So thank you guys so much for your participation.
Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for reading
here
stuff.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah. Thanks for everything. Thanks for being in the chat, hanging out with us. I mean, like, you guys make this as much fun for us as hopefully we make it for you. So
we read a lot of these comments. We don't
I know we really do.
Them all. We don't get to every question. If we don't feel bad about it, just keep asking.
So tomorrow, 3 picks, all before pick 60. Bucks got 3 picks. I mean, they're going to be. It's going to be an active day either way, whether they sit put or whether they're trading up for whoever they get. So, join us tomorrow. Starts at 7. So our draft cast will start at 6:30. So we'll be here at 6:30, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.